person that's looking for wise counsel, that they're not gonna, tell you, hey, look, this is wrong. You're not gonna you can't sit around wicked people. And look, you can't sit around these wicked people, talk to them and get them to change their mind. You're gonna be encouraged. You're gonna fall. You gotta be told what God said. Back to chapter 1, please.
If I ever fall, they'll never let me go far, cause I don't wanna stray on the way to going home. And if I'm ever lost, just look for me where I've gone, cause I don't wanna go right, knowing that I'm wrong. I ain't trying to be your enemy. If I see you falling off, I gotta tell you, we're family. Cause if I'm ever lost, just look for me where I've gone, cause I don't wanna go right, knowing that I'm wrong.
Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of Yahawah, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water, that yields its fruit in the season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers.
But taking Yahawah body and playing our best opposition. Whether on feet or traveling seas, that's a true connection. If you could believe you can achieve, I would say go that distance. But just don't let that get you far away. Yeah. Should I do it too, when they can make you fall away. Yeah. But homie, that's your decision. When I see you follow other guys, how you talking about being superstitious? To how you calling me religious. You your intuition.
Back to chapter 1, please.
Yeah. Shalom, everybody. Yasharah. First and foremost, YAHAWAH'S, YAHAWAH'S. That means he's one. You know what I mean? I hope everybody out there being safe and being hydrated, all of those things, you know what I'm saying, and keeping your mind steadfast on Yahawah. Today we of course have your elder Azariah. We'll come with you with some powerful things. First off, we're gonna be getting into just a little thing about the other nations and the wrath that Yahweh is doing to them, and trying to figure out where is their God at when all these things happen. And also we also gonna get into how it's prevalent that people understand that no means no. It's a lot of things that start coming to the surface about our community, you know what I mean? And it's time that people start speaking up about no means no. You know what I'm saying? And this goes for the brothers as well as the sisters, but for the brothers for the most part. We're supposed to be the leaders, you know what I'm saying? Supposed to be leading our children, leading our women, and we have to be an example. You know what I'm saying? The Torah teaches us exactly how to treat one another, you know what I mean? So yeah, before we even get started, we're gonna have Elder Azariah with his words, and then we're gonna get into it. Hey, Shalom, Mark.
To the family, we give all praise unto the Almighty Yahawah God, and Deuteronomy 6:4, Deuteronomy 4:35, Isaiah chapter 42, verse 8, Isaiah chapter 43 from verse 10 through 13, 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 60, 1 Chronicles chapter 17, verse 20, Zechariah chapter 14, verse 9, again, Psalms 150, and many other scriptures that tell you that it is Yahawah God. All right, we give all honor and praise and worship unto the Almighty Yahawah God because the judgments are going on throughout the earth. Psalms 105, verse 7. Yahawah will not pervert judgment. Job 34, verse 12. Yahawah loveth judgment. Psalms 19 and 9. Psalms 33, verse 4 and 5. Yahawah's judgments are righteous and true altogether in Psalms 19 and 9. All right, we give all honor and praise and worship unto the Almighty Yahawah because his mercy is of old. Psalms 25 and 6. His mercy is everlasting towards the true nation of Yasharal in Psalms 136. And his mercy is new every morning in Lamentations chapter 3 from verse 22 to 26. So we give all praise and honor to the Almighty Yahweh God. And just as the Ak was saying, you know, this video is going to be dealing with Psalms 121, but you know, the various topics is going to be dealing about, you know, well, we can't say this, you know, online like that. Let's just say sexual assault, violations, you know what I'm saying? And these videos is going to be dealing about, you know, from the television series A Different World, you know what I'm saying? And this was, I believe this episode came out back in, I think it was 1990 or something like that, right around in there, 1990. So this is a real problem, you know what I'm saying, in our nation. And it's been going on for many, many, many years. All right. A couple of weeks ago, you know, Yahweh put in my mind during a video to speak about this, about where you have situations where many of our women have been raped. All right. And there's been a lot of situations where the sisters have not even reported this or have not even said anything. Okay. All right. Now, not talking about, and, you know, in situations where we know we have wicked sisters that lie on brothers. I'm going to make this perfectly clear. So, you know, you scoffers or whatever will not say that we putting on some kind of cape and, you know what I'm saying, and we're caping for wicked women and all that. We're going to be bringing out this video showing that there are women that have been raped or you know what I'm saying, and have never reported it. We're also going to look into these videos about the mind of, I've got to stop that word, you know, that word, but about the mind of a predator. All right. They're going to show you in these two clips, the mind of a predator. You sisters pay attention. All right. Because they're going to show you that this person who, I don't know if many of you remember this person who's going to play this part. He was in the movie, what is it? The Last Dragon, many years ago. All right. And he's going to play the part of a serial predator. Okay. And they're going to show you in these clips, he's going to be like someone that everyone is going to be looking up to. And, you know, and people are going to look at him as if he's, you know, he's got, you know, a lot of things going for himself. You know what I'm saying? But what's going to give it away is his perverse speech. All right. Okay. He's going to say some things before we actually get to the part where you see him try to do something. But they're going to show you in these clips that something is going to come out of, you know, that wicked man's mouth that is not going to be right. You sisters pay attention. The scripture, again, is Ecclesiastes 1:9. There's nothing new under the sun. Any of you brothers that have a problem with this, that's going to be, this is going to be shown, and scripture is going to be brought out about the perverse mind of a predator. We're going to be dealing with the scriptures in Judges chapter 19, also in 2 Samuel chapter 13, and what happened in that situation. All right. And that 2 Samuel 13 is going to be something that's written in there that's going to, you know, the deception of, you know, what was said that led to that violation. And you're going to see it's almost the same thing, that craftiness. Okay. Also Genesis 34. We're going to be, dealing with that also before we go into Psalms 121. This is a serious problem in our nation. Those of you that, you know, make excuses for this, I'm just going to say this one thing. You know, why is it that I'm in the jails, right? You know, you got murderers in there, you've got drug dealers in there, you've got thieves in there, you know, all type of wicked people. But someone that goes in there for some type of sexual assault, you see what happens to them. They'll fight each other in the jail, you know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But someone that goes in for something like that, you know what I'm saying? Then all of those people in there that fight against each other, they will all try to go after the man that goes into the jail for those violations. Okay. All right. And I'm going to speak about something that, I saw happen when I was younger. Okay. You know what I'm saying? When I was in a 5% nation. All right. And I had got myself into trouble when I was a younger person. This is we're going way back in 1983. All right. And they brought somebody into the system, and this person was a pedo, and they damn near beat this dude to death. They broke his ribs, and they threw him back in the cell after that. All right, this is back in 1983, right around about in January 1983. All right, I was about, I don't know, 18. I was about 18 years old. About 17, 18 years old at that time. All right, but so that type of thing, for those of you that make excuses for this, and there's doctrines out there saying that you can do this and all of that, why is it that when someone that goes into the jail for that, it doesn't matter who's in there, the murderer will be after that person, the drug dealer, the thief, or whatever. They will all try to attack that person that goes in there for that. It is a foul and degrading thing. All right. And anyone that comes on this page during the time of this video being made and scriptures being brought out, and you're a scoffer, you're gonna get dealt with these scriptures. All right. The sisters, need to be protected. And like I said before, when situations go down, not every sister is lying. Let's stop this. You've got some wicked brothers that are, what I'm saying, that are perverted. All right. To say that wicked brothers don't exist, then you're not dealing with reality. All right. So we're going to be dealing with Deuteronomy 32:5, Job 9:20, Proverbs 4:24, Proverbs chapter 16, Proverbs chapter 6, starting at verse 19, Proverbs 12:8, Proverbs 14:2, Proverbs chapter 17:20, Proverbs 19:1, Proverbs chapter 26, verse 6 and 8, Proverbs 28, verse 6 and verse 18. I'm going to be dealing with the book of Judges, chapter 19 and verse 25. And we're also going to be dealing with 2 Samuel 13 and also Genesis 34. Now, when you go into Judges chapter 19, we know what happened with that, but we're going to, bring the scriptures out with that. All right. And, that was a concubine that was violated like that. So we know what happened, that, the rest of the nation came together to go against Benjamin, because Benjamin would not turn over those wicked men. All right. So something is really wrong. If you got people that know that people are doing this, and they're, I'm not going to snitch, but there's a predator in the community. I'm not going to snitch. I know who it is, but I'm not going to snitch. Okay. So when these videos are played, it's very important, especially for you sisters that are online, to listen to what this man is going to be saying. And then you're going to hear the perverseness that's coming out of his mouth. All right. Okay. So that's what we're going to be dealing with that. And then we're going to go to Psalms 121. So as I always say, before I start any of these videos on this page, totally, even if I'm not on here or I am on here, this page, okay, does not endorse, nor encourage, or entice, or teach anyone to grab weapons to go out there to fight against any type of government officials or any type of law enforcement. I'll make this perfectly clear, because they have always tried to lump us towards what is called black nationalism and all of that. All right, this page is not associated with any black nationalism or black identity extremists or any type of cults. All right. This page is not affiliated with what they call the Hebrew Israelite Christian camps. All right. This page is not affiliated with any Christian organization, Muslim organization. We're going to be speaking about that in a second, about the Muslim thing. I'm going to go into Isaiah 25, verse 4 and verse 5, right around with that. And, you know, that's clearly going to expose that. Clearly. You know, it's other scriptures also, but that's clearly going to expose that. So for those of you, do not come on this page with that rhetoric. If it is not of Yahweh, you know what I'm saying? It will not be accepted. You underneath Psalms 96 in verse 5. Another thing I want to say before we go into this thing of Pan-Africanism, okay, or a Pan-Africanist activist, you know, someone that's involved in that. I was involved in that back in 1988. Make this perfectly clear. I was what is 23? 87, 88. All right. Listen, I'm going to say this, all right, because someone is claiming that they are a Pan-Africanist, you know, and when you look into the definition of that, that is someone that's going to work to unify Africa against colonialism and oppression. All right. First of all, that's against Deuteronomy 7 and 6. There's no scripture in the Torah and anywhere that Yahweh said that someone would be on the same level as you. Deuteronomy 7 and 6 clearly destroys that. Exodus 19 and 5. Now, once again, Ecclesiastes 1 and 9, for those of you that are in Pan-Africanism and trying to connect that and bring us to these Hamites, it's never going to happen. And the scripture is Deuteronomy 7 and 6, that's one. It's never going to happen. Those that have done that, you had W.E. Du Bois, who was supposed to be, you know, when certain information that he is the forefather of that, but yet Marcus Garvey was a part of that. The two of them had a problem. And W.E. Du Bois went against Marcus Garvey. It's all confusion. Marcus Garvey tried to bring the people over to Liberia and was talking this African thing. You saw what happened with him. And many years later, Malcolm X, okay, was with the Nation of Islam. He broke loose from that, was still keeping the philosophy of Islam. Took trips over to Africa, and he connected with someone that was from Kenya, but the person was a East Indian. His last name was Ponto or Pinto. He looked like an East Indian. That's what he was. But he was born in Kenya. He was trying to fight for some kind of rights for people in Kenya. He was the one that influenced Malcolm X to try and bring black people's problems and connect it with people's Hamite problems over there in Africa. And you saw what happened. Both of them were judged by Yahweh. Okay, we know, you know what I'm saying, who actually physically did it. But, you know what I'm saying, Malcolm X was judged according to Job chapter 34, verse 26. A lot of people don't like to deal with this, but these are examples. Yahweh will never, never allow that, to have someone try to bring us into connecting with Ham because Ham is going through what they're going through. They're going through that because of what they did to us. All right, so that clearly tells you that as gifted as Malcolm X appeared to be, he really did not have any understanding. And those of you that are trying to rise up and do that now, it's not going to happen. Look, let me read this, Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Those of you that are doing that, you're going to wind up in those same situations. Okay. The people that are going to be left of the nations that are, you know, that are going to cleave on, that mean cleave on, submit, Isaiah 14 and other things like that, they're going to serve. Okay. We are chosen above all people. So you cannot take us and try to lump us into some kind of agenda of what's going on with Ham. That's not going to happen. And those of you that are doing that and you're proclaiming that you are some kind of Pan-Africanist or something, or you're in the Pan-Africanism, I saw that back in 1988. That was many years ago. When dealing with this calendar, That's 2000. We're in 2024 according to this calendar. I was involved with that in 1988, 1987. I was about 22 years old. Okay, I'm almost 60 now. Back then, that did not happen. There was always a separation. Let me get this. All right, and he's going to continue to do that. You're going against the Torah by doing that. When you go to Deuteronomy 28:1, it tells you that you are above all nations shall have to answer to you. Not someone trying to take you and put you among Ham because Ham is going through what they went through. And again, a lot of you don't like to deal with this, but they being judged over there because of what they did to us. For whoever shall bless you, I'm going to bless them. For whoever shall curse you, I'm going to curse them. That's YAHAWAH saying that. And that's exactly what's going on over there. All right. So again, as Ecclesiastes 1:9, those of you that are trying to do that, you're going to wind up in a situation like Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X. All right. Or some type of affliction is going to come upon you. Something is going to happen. He will never allow that, ever. There's no scripture anywhere that he has placed, matter of fact, let me read this. I want to read two scriptures. This shows you that people that do this have no understanding of what the Torah says. I'm gonna tell you one more time, and I'm going to read two scriptures, and then I'm going to keep it moving. I'm going to say it again. He will never allow this, ever. Ever. There's no one on the level of you, Yasharal. No one. That's what he said. He changed not. So whoever is of Ham that, is going to cleave on and serve, they're going to serve. But to try and take our situation that we're going through and put it together with what Ham is going through, no. Okay? Malcolm X could not do that. That goes into Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. No man shall deliver you and all of that. What is it? Marcus Garvey. W.E. Du Bois was playing both sides, really. A lot of people don't understand that, but this Pan-Africanist thing, it's not going to happen. All right, so let me read this, and then I want to go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. And I want to read verse 33 and verse 34, and then I'm going to leave this alone. You following these people that's trying to connect you to Ham, and that's some kind of agenda. Even the person must be Ham themselves, or they being misled or something. That's also Ezekiel 14:9. That will never happen, ever. Ethiopians themselves, they are not your people. Our people are in the land of Cush over there in Isaiah 11. You can go to 2 Chronicles 14, like King Asa and the warriors of the tribe of Judah and the warriors of the tribe of Benjamin was going against Zerah, the Ethiopian. All right. Then you know what's going on in Zephaniah 2:12. Listen, just because someone is trying to teach you something, you know what I'm saying? You don't just listen to that. It's not according to the scripture. All right. That's not going to happen. Let me read this, because this is I don't want to say it's getting out of hand. It should have never been in any type of situation at all. So all these Pan-Africanism, I'm gonna say a name that many of you don't know. Okay, I'm gonna say a name that many of you do not know. Okay, and that name is of a person by the name of Alambe Brath. A lot of you do not know who this man is. He was from Barbados. He was a Pan-Africanist. He had many connections over there. Okay, he used to be one of the teachers in the old slave theaters back in the slave theater back in the day. He's based off of Harlem, out of Harlem. He was one of the main, people among us that was trying to get the Central Park 5 off before they even got convicted. He was well respected. Okay, he died in 2014. All right, so what happened with that was that even he himself could not even, you know, bring us together with Ham over there. Now, somebody put something down here, something I just pressed this thing where it says comments at, somebody just put something down there. I don't know what that is there. Are you a scoffer or something? I don't know what this is here.
He's not a scoffer. They saying shalom and he's saying
Okay.
cheers, and that's no more lies.
Okay, because I see someone with it looks like a face of someone frowning or something like that. It says
No,
normalize or something.
no,
Okay,
that's not.
well,
No,
all
what's
right.
wrong, bro?
I apologize to that person. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let y'all know I'm not really familiar with a lot of these emojis. I'm not online like that about what they call these emojis and stuff. All right, but I don't want to deviate. Even he could not do that. And he
I
was
got
well known.
Cecil with Lambre Brath right here.
Okay, if you can bring that up.
Yeah, it's right here. I'm let it read itself for a little bit, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
September 30th, 1936 to May 19th, 2014. 1. Was a Pan-African activist born in New York City of Barbadian heritage, who is best known for founding the Patrice Lumumba Coalition. He was an influential activist, recognized by Stokely Carmichael as the Dean of Harlem Nationalists. 2. And by Dudley Thompson, an icon of the Pan-African movement. 3 to 4. Biography. Edit. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, where his father had migrated from Barbados in the 1920s. Brath grew up in Harlem and Hunts Point and attended the High School of Industrial Art, now Art and Design, later winning a college scholarship to the School of Visual Arts. 1. In 1956, he was among the co-founders of the African Jazz Art Society, and Brath fought to eliminate the usage of the term Negro, and in 1961, launched a Black is Beautiful campaign with a series of Afrocentric fashion shows featuring African-American women who were known as the Grandassa models. 5. And sported large afros.
So it basically shows that he had a big deal with the so-called Black movement, and he launched the Black is Beautiful movement. He was supposedly Pan-Africanist. He worked on trying to get people of color together and all this, but apparently he could not do it. Just like, the elder said, Cecil Alambre Brath. Make sure I save this so I could do some research on them myself. Thanks for that
Yes.
information. And the brother said, no more lies. He said, I needed this lesson. Salute. Salute to you. That's what he said.
Salute to everyone in the chat. Honor onto everyone in the chat. Remember, everything is Proverbs chapter 27, verse 17, among all of us. All right. But Alambe Brath was he was really trying hard to get the Central Park 5 off in the beginning, right during the beginning of the trial, and even before that. All right. He was someone that was he was looked up to in the Pan-Africanist movement back then. He died in 2014. All right. And he was one that tried to unite our people with, Ham in Africa. In the old slave theater, many years ago, you would have speakers that would come from Africa. They were Hamites. We would try to connect with them. I spoke with this about this before. We would try to connect with them, and they would speak, and they would talk about what was going on over there, and we would try to connect with that. But after the lecture and the speech was over with, and people would sit down and stuff like that, you could see that they were very withdrawn, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they could not really connect with us. You know what I'm saying? But we were trying to connect with them as they were speaking. Okay? This is a very serious problem in our nation going on right now. As we're coming out of all of this, now this Pan-Africanist thing is coming back around where they want to connect us to Ham. All right. And those of you that are doing this. So who is it over there that's going to be judged? That's a part of Psalms 83. That's a part of Ezekiel 28. Where these people don't exist? You're really going against the scriptures. So our forefather Abraham in Genesis 14, when he fought those people to get Lot out of there, those were Hamites. Those were Hamites. And this was even before our forefather Jacob. Because through Jacob with the 12 sons and, different things like that. That was even before that. Because it was, we know it's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So who is going to be judged over there for the wickedness that was done to our forefathers over there? It's like all of a sudden that's like pushed to the side. Okay, that's like pushed to the side. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to read this. Deuteronomy 7:6. I'm doing a lot of talking. Let me read. All right, Deuteronomy 7:6. For thou art a sovereignty people unto Yahweh thy mighty one. Yahweh thy mighty one have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Above all people. Now, you're going to tell me that everyone on the continent of Africa is Yasharal? Come on, let's stop this. And those of you that supposedly know the scriptures, you're sitting there listening to that. About they're saying that, the continent of Africa is, the Israelites, the entire continent. So where are these heathens, these Hamites? Okay. All right. Where are they at? Why are they not going to be judged? Even though they're killing our women in Gambia right now. There's a situation going on in Tanzania right now. But they're killing our women over there. And there's like silence with this. There's silence with this. Okay? Let me get this in Deuteronomy chapter 4. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Let me get this in Deuteronomy chapter 4. All right. And I'm going to start at verse 33. Did ever people hear the voice of Yahweh speaking out of the midst of the fire as thou hast heard and lived? Or have Yahweh said to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Yahweh, your mighty one, did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Then you guys will go and read Exodus 11:7 and say that there's a difference. The scripture says the difference between Yasharal and the Egyptians or the Kemites. All of a sudden now, this movement of trying to put us and lump us with Ham like this, because we're coming to the end of this. Now you have people that are either being misled, don't really have understanding, or they're being told to do this. Okay. Whatever the reason is, it's going to end in the same result of what happened with Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and whoever else has been trying to do this. There's been many throughout, the years that have tried to, Pan-Africanism and connect that with us. All right. So let me speak about this right here. Yahweh have not taken any other nation from among another nation and delivered them out of the hands of bondage from that nation that they were in bondage. He only did that for us. There's nowhere else he's done that for anyone else. The scripture tells you he changed not. So I'm going to say this again. Who's going to be judged over there on the continent of Africa for doing the wickedness that's been done to us? Because you have certain people that act like that doesn't exist. And to say that China has come over there and taken our land. Listen, the scripture tells you that we are concerned about Jerusalem. Let me get this. Psalms 122. Just want to speak about this for a second. All right. Okay. Because this is madness, man. Let's get this. Psalms 122. Okay. Complete silence of what's going on and what's happening with those with those sisters over there. You can't continue to keep using the excuse that the sisters was wicked. They went out there. They were still murdered though, right? So there was murders that happened out there. So where's the, you know, outrage for the Hamites that did that, you know what I'm saying, for them to be dealt with? These are those of you with this Pan-Africanist thing, those Hamites that killed those sisters over there. I think they caught one. All right. There's other cases where I believe that they haven't found these people that did that, that killed these sisters. All right. So these sisters are Israelites, right? Ham killed them. Or those of you that believe that these people are Israelites, or, you know, so if that's the case, they killed someone of our nation, if you believe that they are Israelites. So where's your outrage at, though? I just find this strange, though. You know what I'm saying? So let's get this here. All right, because this doesn't make any sense. Let me get to Psalms 122. And let's see. I'm gonna start at verse 1. I was glad when they said unto me, let us go into the house of Yahweh. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Our feet will stand, you know what I'm saying, everywhere on the continent of Africa, among Ham, among the heathens. We you know, they're going to be among us like that. It says the gates at Jerusalem right here. Okay, this is also connected to that Isaiah 26. The righteous nation shall enter into the gate that keepeth the truth. And I just read in, you know, in the Torah, that Yahweh have never dealt with another nation the way he has dealt with us, to deliver our forefathers out of bondage and take them, you know what I'm saying, from the time of our forefathers as his people. He has not said that about no one else. No one. So we're going to talk about this for a second before we get into this thing about, you know, the other topic. So this right here, let me go to verse 3. Jerusalem is built as a city that is compact together. All right, so we don't have that together right now. Okay, but that's coming. Whether the tribes go up to the tribes of Yahweh on the testimony of Yasharal to give thanks to the name of Yahweh. On the testimony of who? Of Yasharal. Does not say on the testimony of anybody else. The testimony of Yasharal. And you have people that are trying to bring Ham into these situations. Ham has been responsible for killing our women just as much as Esau. Killing our women. Now you see, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Ak, when you done, I want to jump into this Genesis 34 real fast, because you said something, and you know, whatever going on in these camps and stuff like that, and y'all allowing Ham to, you know, deal with our women and all of this, ain't no wrath or anything, but they say that they prophets and all of this of the Most High and things like that, but they ain't even going as hard as our ancestors did. So once you done, I want to touch on this Genesis 34.
Okay, so let me finish this up. And it says here, for there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. They shall prosper that love thee. So we pray for the peace of who? Of what? Of our land. Okay, we have debates where them people is at, whether it's the land. Some of our people say it's in Uganda. But we're to pray for the peace of our land. What is this madness of Pan-Africanism? That was, I mean, like I said, I was involved in that when I was 22 years old. And then I left up out of that. Because there's no, you know what I'm saying? There's no understanding in that. You know what I'm saying? And to bring these people among us, you know what I'm saying, that are our enemies. When we're scattered through the four corners of the earth. So when he tells you in Jeremiah 9:16, he says, I shall scatter thee and send a sword after thee. Now, when you look at Psalm 17, verse 13, the sword is pertaining to the wicked. So we've been scattered all throughout. We're scattered in the continent of Africa. We have people that are over there that have no voice, no power whatsoever. The people that are running things over there are Hamites. And they're saying the same thing that Esau said, oh, we're sorry for what happened. The people that are following behind the guy in Niger, the young cat that's over there, supposed to be like, getting things together over there. Has he apologized for what his forefathers did? No. But y'all running behind this because he appears to be putting some army together and all of that. But where's that at in the scriptures that through him we're going to be delivered out of this? This is another snare and trap. All right, let me just finish this up. Peace be within thy walls and prosperity within thy palaces. Peace be within thy walls. So the scripture tell you in Isaiah 26:3, he will keep you in perfect peace if you keep your mind stayed on him. You know what I'm saying? On Yahweh. So peace be within thy walls. Where? In Jerusalem. How are you going to bring these people into the congregation, man? In Jeremiah 51, verse 51. And I'll say it one more time. I'll finish these last two verses and then, that'll be it. I'll say it one more time. Pay attention to what's coming up because it's almost 1 year since that thing happened in Alabama. Of course, we're going to be putting up things about that. People are going to be speaking about that. Watch and see how many people that supposedly on the continent of Africa are going to get on your page and say something about that. A lot of them were nowhere to be found when that was going on. All right, so let me continue on. For my brethren and companions' sake, I will now say, peace be within thee. For my brethren and companions' sake. So, brethren, family, companion, friend, you know what I'm saying? Because we all going to be there, right? Brethren, family, nation, right? Companion, peace be among us. What people that, you know what I'm saying, have been responsible for our demise, that doesn't say that they're going to be among us right here. At all. The situation that's going on in Ghana, okay, where they, running our people up out of there, all type of stuff. So let me just finish this up. Because of the house of Yahweh, Almighty One, I will seek thy good. Okay,
all right, so I'm gonna try to make this real quick and we're gonna get back to what the elder was getting into. All right, so the problem with this is when you looking around on social media and stuff like that, all you seeing is these uh different race challenges and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And things like that. And when we look at different races, how they say it, what do we see? All we see is the detriment of our women. You see what I'm saying? You can go on movies, all of that. They'll show you in the movies the so-called masters, slave masters and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Actually doing what? Go and snatch up the brother woman, go and do his thing with her, bring it back out. You know what I'm saying? And we finna get into this because when you go into this Genesis 34, you're gonna see how the mind frame of these people done shifted to our people, and majority of the time it's the women. And then it's because our men ain't really standing and doing what men of Yahweh supposed to be doing. So anyway, let's get into this. Genesis 34, starting at 1, it says, Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she had borne to Jacob, went out to see the women of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor the Hivite, the prince of the land, saw her, he seized her and lay with her and humiliated her. It don't say he loved her, it say he humiliated her, okay? And his soul was drawn to Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. That is a problem right there. Right there, that's a problem. So this man, he had the audacity, although he know back, because that person, they know who they are. They know they ain't got nothing to be doing with Yasharal when it comes to stuff like that. You'll never even be able, you ain't even supposed to be able to even touch her. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be royalty. But what he does, he he goes and he commits, sexual mischievousness towards the sister, right? Now, and then after he does that, he falls in love with her. What kind of sick, demented person falls in love with somebody that they commit sexual deviancy to, bro? So why is it we looking in these camps and stuff like that? And these camps, they have people that's not Yashara, ain't never fit a curse or nothing. How is it that these people are infiltrating it, and our so-called men that's supposed to be of Yashara, they allowing stuff like situations where our sisters getting unalived, you know what I mean, in abusive relationships with these dudes and stuff like that. When we see clear as day, they hate us, and they love our women. They don't want to just understand. Look, this is what it is. Even hey, she's beautiful. It is no. They want your women. And here y'all go. Y'all going, yeah, come on, shalom. In most high in Christ bless. This is foolishness. Verse 4. So Shechem spoke to his father Harmon, saying, get me this girl for my wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled his daughter. There go again. He defiled her. It don't say he loved her. He defiled her. It don't say they was talking, they kicking it, and she was. This ain't no Romeo and Juliet story where she wasn't supposed to be messing with him, but she went against the grain. No, this dude took one of your ancestors, one of your foremothers. You know what I'm saying? Your four people, for family members, whatever, you know what I'm saying, and they humiliated their and they ancestors right here to this day. You know what I'm saying? Verse 5. Now Jacob heard that he defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons were with his livestock in the fields. So Jacob held his peace until they came. And Hamar, the father of Shechem, went out and Jacob to speak with him. And the sons of Jacob had come in front of the field as soon as they heard of it. And the men were indignant, and very angry, because he had done an outrageous thing in Yasharal by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing must not be done. Um, and this is something big right here, right? Think about what it says. It says because he had done an outrageous thing in Yasharal by lying with Jacob's daughter, for such a thing must not be done. They not supposed to be we supposed to be protecting our women. We supposed to be teaching our women. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to be just like we want them to nurture us. We supposed to be nurturing them too. You know what I'm saying? No, no. Instead, we got brothers allowing people to infiltrate our nation, and then what are they doing? Our women, they getting up out of there, but they ain't coming to the realization that it's YAHAWAH'S, because y'all put some idol in front of their face and told you, well, this is how you supposed to do it, and shut up because Paul said don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real fast. Just happened to my computer. Hold on, y'all. The hell? The damn screen just cut off. Can't see nothing. Yo, I'll say something real fast. My damn computer just my screen just shut off.
Hey,
I can't see
Shalom.
it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shalom,
never
can you
mind.
hear me? Okay.
Yeah, never mind. Here go. Never mind. Here go. Okay, verse 8. But it says, but Hamar spoke with them, saying, the soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I bet. I bet. And why do you think we supposed to be uh overprotective of our sister? I don't care if she ain't your wife. You see a sister and she you know she going astray, following these fake false prophets and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's your duty to go to you to be protecting. That's why we're supposed to be bringing out this Torah as men of Yahweh, so they can have a better foundation and know when these wicked dudes, you know what I'm saying, trying to play the role like they Yasharal, or like they just hold the Torah and they really love Yahweh and for the truth. But then it says, please give her to him to be his wife. It's like that's crazy, bruh. Anyway, it says, make marriages with us, give your daughters to us, and take our daughters for yourselves. Now, he already know up here in verse 7, it says, for such a thing must not be done in Yasharal. They ain't even worthy of it. But here they go. Once again, they defile you, they defile our women, defile our nation, and then they want to separate us. Well, okay, well, how about you have our women and we have your women? You see what I'm saying? How about
Yeah.
you? How about you take our customs and we take your customs? Don't that sound familiar? That
Yeah.
Solomon told us there's nothing new under the sun. These people use certain schemes and things like that for certain scenarios, but they know what's going on. But then anyway, verse 10 says, you shall dwell with us, and the land shall be open to you. Dwell and trade in it and get property in it. Now listen to this conniving people. Now listen, he says, Shechem also said to her father and to her brothers, let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you say to me, I will get. They come on, bruh. This is these people, all these nations right now. They want to humiliate us, want to defile us, and then they want us to find faith. They want to find faith. Well, aren't we equal now? Well, come on, brother. Well, you don't know if he ain't Yasharal or not, so just bring him in, right? Even though he told you, he keep telling you that his whole background show that he a damn Hamite or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? No, brother. Uh, Bashem Yahawah, come on, bro. No, and that go, and you know, it ain't just for these New Testament people. It's for you people out here holding the Torah too, just trying to bring everybody in as if come one, come all. It go for you too. Don't you understand that people, these nations, they hate us, love us. They wish they could kill us, but they know they can't. So they want to do everything possible to make it to defile us. You know what I'm saying? And most of the stuff, once again, they giving us they stuff and trying to take our stuff, bro. It says, "Ask me for as great a bride price, and give as you will, and I will give whatever you say to me. Only give me the young woman to be my wife." After you done defiled this sister, bro.
Right. Right.
This, you know what I'm saying? Verse 13. Let me keep going, bro. Let me just keep going. The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and his father Hamor deceitfully, because he had defiled their sister Dinah. Now I'm gonna say one thing real fast. You soft back dudes. You know what I'm saying? That want to keep bringing all of these other nations of people in, right? You in layman terms, you think what's for what these two brothers, Simeon and dang, who is
Levi.
it? Simeon and
Levi. Levi.
Levi. Yeah, Simeon and Levi. What these brothers finna do? Y'all get butt hurt to be like, yeah, Most High didn't like what they said, because you see right here it say that they dealt with Shechem and his father deceitfully. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta have mercy like Christ do, and let you smack me across the face and turn the other cheek. Stupidity. And then it say because he had defiled their sister. That's the reason why they finna do what they did. Like you don't. I don't care who you are. You have if you not Yasharal, bruh. First of all, you have no business around our sisters, and that look what that means is if you think that if you claiming that you Yasharal, and you know you not, bruh. Now, hypothetically, just hypothetically, if you had a case where where it was a couple, they winded up in a troop, you know what I'm saying, together, and they winded up different nations, you know what I'm saying, something like that, right? And the the person was like, they like, no, I'm not following after my people, this and this, you know what I'm saying, I'm going after your power, you know what I'm saying, I'm holding my place, I'm gonna know my role, this and this, and I'm not gonna be teaching the Torah to you. If it says to man, hey, look, it is what it is, bro, you can't be teaching the Torah to her. Hey, sorry, but if she under real brothers and counseling, you know what I'm saying, they, you know, that's just how I judge it. You know what I'm saying? I could be off. I'm still new to this. But let me keep going. I'm running my mouth again. But the only thing I was saying about that is these people defiled us. They defiled our sisters constantly. You know what I'm saying? And then making us look like we're the weaklings. You know what I'm saying? And it should be our duty of these so-called leaders to be like, nah, bro, you not finna come in here with that Hamite stuff or whatever stuff, and then be trying to defile the congregation of Yahweh. Let's keep going to verse 14. They said to him, we cannot do this thing to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that would be a disgrace to us. Only on this condition will we agree with you, that you will become as we are, by every male among you being circumcised. Then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to ourselves, and we will dwell with you and become one people. But if you would not listen to us and be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone. Now, this is the thing. Now, if he'd have told them no, right? Now, if he'd have told them, man, we ain't doing none of that. We want war. We want all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? Because that you did bull crap to my sister. You know what I mean? And we ain't finna be trying to act like we cool with y'all. It was like, oh, try to make it seem like, oh, that's an angry black man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's an angry black man. He can't. He don't know how to forgive people. He don't got no love. But instead, because it pleased her, it said their words pleased Hamar and Hamar's son Shechem. I bet it did. Let me keep going. And the young man did not delay to do the thing because he delighted in Jacob's daughter. Now he was the most honor of all his father's house. So Hamar and his son Shechem, see, look, he was the most honored in his father's house. Who are these people? So you gonna go against the children of the Most High Creator Yahweh? You gonna go against His children, defile them because you think you somebody, bro? And but the thing is, where is the man at that's gonna say no, no more of this, bro? No more. Whether you in the camp or not, bro, whether you in the New Testament or not, it gets to a point we cannot. Some things we just gotta have a standpoint like this is not happening. You people not coming in here and causing confusion and making it seem like the nation of Yasharal is a cult altogether and they all do the same stuff. You're doing Jeremiah 23. You're trying to defile the name of Yahweh in that idol's name. Verse 20. So Hamar, let me hurry up with this because I'm starting to get fired up. So Hamar and his son Shechem came to the gate of their city and spoke to the men of their city, saying, these men are at peace with us. Let them dwell in the. All right, watch this, bro. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Man, listen to this. This is some bull crap, bro. But this is how these nations feel right now. Verse 21, Genesis 34, verse 21. These men are at peace with us. Let them dwell in the land and trade in for them. For behold, the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters as wives, and let us give them our daughters. Watch this. Watch this. Only on this condition will the men agree to dwell with us to become one people, when every man among us is circumcised as they are circumcised. Verse 23. Verse 23. Listen to this. Will not their livestock, their property, and all their beasts be ours? Only let us agree with them, and they will dwell with us. Conniving, straight craftiness. They've been doing crap. These people have been crafty towards us. Shit, before we ever even left Egypt because they know, well, if you dwell amongst us, instead of taking over instead of wiping us out, if you just deal with us and we deal with you, we gonna overpower y'all anyway, and y'all just gonna be amongst us. And then guess what's gonna happen? You know what the next thing would have been? Wipe out all the men. Man, y'all
Right.
better wake up, bruh. Verse
Right.
24. And all who went out of the you got something to say?
No, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And all who went out of the gate of this city listened to Hamar and his son Shechem, and every male was circumcised. All who went out of the gate of his city on the third day, when they were sore to the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and came against the city while it felt secure, and killed all the males. Now, why when we hearing all of these things happen in these cults and these camps and all of this stuff, and that even go for that one, it's a recent one with that one pastor dude, you know what I'm saying? Something didn't happen but it's a little boy side. But anyway, this is crazy. So my question is, why is it you brothers, okay, y'all can be like, well, we can't do the law like that, we can't go around killing unaliving these people that's doing, okay, well, y'all use the internet to going down your people all the time, and scoff people that's bringing out the Torah. Why y'all can't use and try to defame their character and kill their character? Why you can't go on these people that's in your congregations and bring out this little folly of these sexually immoral things, these abusive relationships, and all of this other manipulative New Testament crap, whatever it is that y'all got going on? Why can't y'all use it for that? That's the same thing as a sword. You know what I'm saying? But no, y'all want to keep it on the hush, want to go and sweep it under the rug, and then while you doing that, other people, other women, other children, they coming. Well, I found out that I'm Yasharal. I fit the curses, this and this, and they come in. Then they looking at y'all, and they like, no, 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 no. I'm going back. Your people are literally leading people backwards instead of bringing people to the fold of Yahweh. This is the reason why Yahweh's gonna deal with y'all, because wait a minute, let me go to this real fast. Let me go to this real fast. Leviticus 19 and 29. Do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. Stop letting these people be around our precious ones, bruh. That's why they you can't tell me what to do. They looking for other men to play the role of Yashar, because of the stuff that y'all doing. You're taking your women, and taking our women and using them for your own benefit some type of way. It's foolery, bruh. Don't you understand? That's Yahweh's daughter you dealing with. He'll kill you over this shit, over this stuff. Verse 26, bruh. They killed they yeah, verse 26. They killed Hamar and his son Shechem with the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went away. If you
Right.
if you people was really supposed to be some righteous men, y'all would at least be like, you know what? You're not finna make me or this congregation look like this. You got to go. We putting you on blast. No, 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 no. Instead, well, what would Jesus do? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to get
Right.
up. Y'all tripping, bruh. Verse 28. Hold on. Verse 27. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered the city, because they had defiled their sister, bruh. They took their flocks, their herds, their donkeys, and whatsoever in the city. And in the field, it don't say it took everything and then they gave them to women, bruh. All their wealth, all their little ones, and their wives, all that was in the houses, they captured and plundered. So why is we sitting here keep uh and I don't know, bro. I don't know. Listen to this, bro. But this is the problem I got, bro, with this. Verse
Yeah.
30. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, you have brought trouble on me by making me stink to the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, my numbers are few, and if they go if they go gather themselves against me and attack me, I shall be destroyed, both I and my household. But they said, should he treat our sister like a prostitute, bruh?
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Y'all, I understand. See, Jacob was a man of he's a man of peace. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, but you also know he was a very strategic man. He knew what could have been going on, but he
Right.
also knew that, well, I can't, there's nothing that he could have really done about it because that's their brother. I mean, that's their sister.
Right.
So we also gotta get out of this Christian doctrine where they like, well, you know, Simeon and Levi is cursed too because, well, look at what your cop said. He said that for a reason because the way that they dealt with it, they should have just wiped them out instead of trying to. Because I mean, come on, bro. If Yahweh allowed them to destroy the whole city, just two of them, what you think would have happened if they was like, man, look, we not, it's over with for y'all, bro. We finna go to Yahweh when we finna get this strength and we finna just annihilate y'all, or however judgment Yahweh gonna have us do. You know what I'm saying? But hey, look, once again, bro, should he treat our sister like a prostitute? You know what prostitutes do? They get beat. They gotta live a double life. They get manipulated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, don't come over here trying to make it seem like, oh, you trying to be Captain Saberho. Nah, bruh. But if you supposed to be leaders of this tour, you supposed to be leaders in the black community, all of this stuff, then we need to act like it, bruh, and call out that crap, bruh. You, man. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead. Shalom.
Shalom. That was a good breakdown, man, of that chapter. You know what I'm saying? See, the thing is like this, man. You got, some brothers that will be like, for example, the thing that's happened in Gambia. Oh, those sisters went over there, so they got what they deserve. Okay, but you have to look at it in another situation too, that's being revealed who your enemy is over there. They just looking at it. Oh, them sisters went out there, and they got dealt with, and because they didn't want to deal with brothers, you know what I'm saying, here in this land here, so they went over there and they got dealt with. But it's also revealing who your enemies are. You know what I'm saying? That's going over some people's head. Like, yeah, okay, they got dealt with. They shouldn't went out there. They went out there looking for, what they call an African prince, and it was something else. They got dealt with. We know that happened, but it's also revealing that these people are your enemies. All of them. If they're not of the nation of Yasharah, we have enemies within our own nation. You know what I'm saying? But now we're talking about the outside. And, you said something that was very powerful about, when that situation, things like that go down, they're going to look to eliminate the men of that nation. And that's what they've been trying to do to us, for a long time. Not only Ham, but Esau and the rest of them. The first thing they want to attack is the Israelite man. Because the Israelite man is is that protection right there. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of our brothers have been eliminated, because they know, you know what I'm saying? Yahweh came against them, because they was in wickedness. He used those nations to do it. But in the mind of those nations, they said, well, if these people ever wake up, we're going to be in trouble. So we got to start eliminating them, just like what was going on in Exodus chapter 1. You know what I'm saying? So to sit back after all of this time, and these people literally haven't done nothing for you. Nothing. There's even the comedian Eddie Griffith was in a comedy show talking about, and he said, why didn't they try to come over here and rescue us and get us out of this? No one is going to deliver you out of this. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 14. And for you Pan-Africanists, I'm gonna read something in a second. You Pan-Africanists, you trying to bring that philosophy into our nation, it's not going to happen. Now, I said something about Malcolm X, right? I want to read something in Jeremiah 49, starting at verse 34. I'm going to give the name of the person that influenced Malcolm X to try and do that. All right, to go back here, to come back here to this land and gather the people and try to bring our problems in front of what they call the United Nations, along with this person. All right, I'm gonna give you the name. Let me get the name. His name was. Let me see. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this. Pio. If you can hear me, Piogama. That's his middle name. Pinto. Pinto. If you can type that up. This is who this man listened to. This person is an Elamite of some form of Persian descent. All right, this was not somebody that was even of our nation. Okay. All right, so many of you would say that. Okay, spell it Pio is his first name. His middle name was Gama, Gama, and his last name was Pinto, Pinto. This is who Malcolm X listened to. This is for you Malcolm X lovers out there. You worship this man and all of this, and you're still holding on to his philosophy. He was misled. Now we're gonna bring some scriptures out. Some people say that this man was East Indian. All right, which is yeah, that's him right there. If you can get a picture of him. All right. And this man's people is giving us, we catching hell from this man's people in this land to this day, and their stores and all of this type of stuff. He listened to this man to try and bring us into it. That's him right there. Wait, let me see if you can get a picture of him. All right. That's him right there. All right, for you beloved Malcolm X followers and all of that, this is the man that influenced him to go back to America and take black people's problems, and he's going to take the people's problems from Kenya and other countries in Africa and unite it together. That will never happen. Obviously, that did not happen. All right, this man is not of our nation. He was not of our nation. He was born in Kenya, but he was, they say that the late activist comedian Dick Gregory said that he was of a East Indian that was born in Kenya, and he was trying to fight for the people over there. Okay, that ain't doing nothing for you over here. That you know what I'm saying? So that's the person that influenced Malcolm X. Now, people will say that both of them were eliminated. People will say because they were trying to unite the people. Yahawah was the one. I'm gonna say this and make this perfectly clear. I'm gonna get the scripture in a second. I'm gonna go to Jeremiah 49 and start at verse 34. I'll make this perfectly clear. Whoever did that to Malcolm X and to that person right there, it was Yahawah that used those people to do that, because Yahawah was not going to allow that to happen. Some people say it was Esau that did that to Malcolm X and to that person. Esau is the sword of Yahawah, Psalm 17 and verse 13. He would never allow that to happen. This is for you Pan-Africanists, all right? Trying to unite with people that are over there that are not your people, okay? That's what happened to Malcolm X. He went over there. This guy spoke to him, and he agreed. He went back and tried to say they were going before United Nations. Malcolm X was in great error because of the simple fact we do not have anyone as a representative in the United Nations in the first place. So he tried to take that with people with Kenya and other people over there and try to unite that. Yahawah sent the sword. I'm gonna say it. Yahawah, Psalm 17 and 13, sent the sword against Malcolm X and that man right there, because that is against prophecy right there. All right, for you Malcolm X lovers. You can, those of you that's going to, you got something to say about this or whatever, that's what happened. That is the person that influenced him. Let me get Salaki. Let me get Jeremiah 49, start at verse 34. Then I want to go to Jeremiah 25, and I'm going to read about those nations in Jeremiah 25, and you're going to see Elam. Elam is in that. All right, so let me go right here. All right. Okay. This is why, you know what I'm saying, that was a false doctrine a man was following. Okay. And he was deceived. Those of you that say he was a prophet, you know what I'm saying, then if he was what, Ezekiel 14:9, even though he was dealing in Islam, those of you that to this day you say the man is a prophet. So I'm saying to you, let's just say that you are right that he was a prophet, but you know, how could that be? Well, let's just say that you're right. So then he fell underneath Ezekiel chapter 14, verse 9. He was misled and he was destroyed from among his people. A lot of you don't like this. I've spoken about this numerous times over the years. I've got some heat from that. You know what I'm saying? He went from, he still kept the Islam doctrine, but he was trying to become a Pan-Africanist by uniting our people with Hamites that are over there. The scripture says that our people are going to be gathered from the four corners of the earth. Who's going to do that? Yahweh. Who's going to stand up for us? The great prince Michael in Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. Yahweh is the one that's going to actually deliver us out of this. Okay. Psalms 107, verse 1, 2, and 3. There's many other scriptures. That man was in great error. Do not come on this page idolizing Malcolm X. He was in great error. And in his error, that he was in, it led to his demise, including, you know what I'm saying, him dealing with that Islam and listening to that guy right there. Let's get this in Jeremiah 49. And I want to go to start at verse 34 real quick. Let me see where, let me see, Jeremiah 39. Let me read this real quick. Jeremiah 49, I think it is. Let me see. 49 in right around verse 34. Okay, where we at? Yeah. The word of Yahweh that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, king of Judah, saying, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might, and upon Elam will I bring the four winds from the four corners of heaven, and will scatter them toward all those winds, and there shall be no nation, whether the outcasts of Elam shall come. That's still playing out to this day, because these people, you talk about these people that are here now, and you see how they treat us in their stores and all of that. Okay. All right. They, you know, in Pennsylvania, they've taken over a certain part, you know what I'm saying? They have a lot of stores there and different things, you know what I'm saying? And they treat our people like dirt. So Malcolm X listened to someone from that nation. Understand this. That was many years ago, and many years after that, okay, we're catching hell from them, from those people. Okay, they can't stand, as they say, black people. Gandhi was another one who, you know what I'm saying, said that black people were stinky people. Okay, he wasn't just talking about Hamites in Africa. Okay, so again, you know what I'm saying? Those of you, if you're not in the Torah, you're going to be misled no matter what you quoting from your doctrine, no matter if you are a scholar in your doctrine. Malcolm X was appeared to be a very gifted man, but in the end, he was misled and he was destroyed. You know why? Because he was in Islam and also trying to unite our people with people that are outside of our nation. That was against Zephaniah 2:1. Gather yourselves together, not take our people and bring them together with Hamite from an idea from a person that was from the nation of Elam. That's how much he was in great error. Okay, let's not on this page here. We're not going to be idolizing Malcolm X and all of that type of stuff. He was in great error. That was a fatal mistake there that he made, because he was against the Torah. This is what I'm trying to explain. That's the basis of all of this, what I'm saying right now. He was against the Torah. He had no understanding. So the Most High Yahweh led him to his destruction. All right. Okay, so let's continue on. And I will cause, verse 37, I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies and before them that seek their life. And I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, says Yahweh. And I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. Now, this man, according to what Dick Gregory said, the comedian activist who spoke about this, okay, there's information that guy came from, he was an East Indian, okay, from India, okay, and had some connection, family with, you know, people in Iran and different things like that, all right? So this, take heed to you, those of you that call yourself these Pan-African, and you're this and you're that, take heed. Take heed. Listen, because trying to unite our people with people that are not our people, and Yahweh will never allow that. That's just one example. We're not going to go into the Marcus Garvey thing about that, but you know what happened with him. All right. Malcolm X turned into this Pan-African thing and tried to unite our people with that to go before the United Nations. There's no scripture that says to do anything like that. The scriptures tells us that we are going to be awakening. We are to keep this Torah, not get involved in United Nations, not get involved in politics, because the scripture tell you that we're not to have a king over us that is not of our nation. We're not to get involved in any of that. We're to keep this Torah. And if you're not speaking about keeping the Torah, judgment is going to come upon you. That's what happened with this guy, Malcolm X. He tried to bring the idol of the rock. We're going to get into this in a second. Okay. We're going to just bring a couple of articles out about that also. I'm going to go to Isaiah 25, verse 4 and verse 5. But I'm just going to say something about this real quick. Okay. I'm going to say this to y'all, trying to bring this Pan-Africanism thing into our nation. He's going to deal with you one way or the other. It'll be some form of affliction he's going to put upon you, or he's going to send a sword against you. Something is going to happen, because he will never, I've said this 8 or 9 times already in this video, he will never allow that, ever. That's against what he told Moses in Deuteronomy 7 and 6. That's against Exodus 19 and 5. That's against 1 Chronicles 17, verse 22, and many other scriptures. Okay? The everlasting covenant that he has with us. That's not you bringing Hamites among us. They are to serve. That's it. Those of them that are going to submit, they are to serve. And that's going to go into Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44, verse 45, and verse 46. They're going to serve. You're playing a dangerous game, those of you that's doing this. You're going to wind up, he changes not, Malachi 3 and 6. Take heed. You're going to get dealt with one way or the other by doing this. You may be deceiving people in the Torah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you in the Torah, you claim you're in the Torah, and you're trying to bring Ham into this situation. He's not going to allow that. And, you know, and then you got double trouble if you in them camps. You following the JC character, and then you're trying to lead our people into something like that. No one has been able to do that. There's many others that in the name of these Pan-Africanism. There were many brothers in the old slave theater that were strong with that, and then it just faded out. Just faded out. Red, black, and green, all of that. In front of the courtrooms and all of that, and all that stuff just faded out. All right, so let me finish this up. Verse 38, and I will set my throne in Elam, and I will destroy from thence the king and the princes, says Yahweh. You're going to destroy the leaders. So, I mean, you know what I mean? This right here, you know, this guy, Pinto, that's where he came from. And I'll say it again. Those of you trying to unite our people with Ham, that's what they tried to do. Malcolm X and this guy Pinto. Malcolm X bring the problems of our people to United Nations and meet up with this guy here. He's going to talk about the problems that are going on in Kenya and other places in the continent of Africa and work together. Why didn't Yahweh allow that? Why? You're not gonna get an answer. For you, those of you that are pushing this Hamite thing, saying that we are Hamite Israelites or Hamite Yasharal. Ham is one of the sons of Noah. Shem, where we come from, is one of the sons of Noah. Okay, they had, you know what I'm saying, descendants. As a breakdown in Genesis 10, all of a sudden that's thrown out the window now. Trying to push this Ham thing. Just as we're coming to the end of this thing is increasing even more. So I pray that, I'm gonna read Jeremiah 25 in a second. I pray that those of you that are doing this, you come out of this, because he's gonna bring some type of judgment against you. He's done it numerous times. It doesn't matter who it is. He's not gonna, of course, it's not gonna be Esau. It's not gonna be Elam. It's not gonna be Elam. It's not gonna be whoever. You want to say that the Chinese or Moab, whatever. He will never allow that, ever, ever. So you're playing with your life. This is what you're doing. All right. Let me get this in let me see, verse 39. But it shall come to pass in the latter days that I will bring again the captivity of Elam. But verse 38, he destroyed them, destroyed their leaders. So let's go to Jeremiah 25. I just want to read this until I get to Elam. All right. Y'all, I'm telling you, the scriptures are clear. We're given an example on this page by showing Malcolm X, who is literally an idol to our people. And we're trying to show you the facts along with the scriptures that man was in error. All right. Y'all still holding on to that. Look, did he say some things that was correct? Of course he did. There were some things that he knew, of course, but he did not have the understanding. Okay. Because if he had the understanding of the Torah, he would have never did that, ever. All right, so let's get this. I just want to get right to it. Let's see. I'm going to go to Jeremiah 25, and I want to get right to, it's verse 25, okay? So I'm going to read straight down from verse 17 to verse 25, because Elam is in verse 25. So let me start at verse 14, okay? And it says, I'm going to read from 14 to verse 25, okay? And it says, well, many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also, and I will recompense them according to their deeds and according to the work of their own hands. But thus said Yahweh, the mighty one of Yasharal, unto me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send thee to drink it. And they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Okay. Then took I the cup at Yahweh's hand and made all the nations to drink unto whom Yahweh hath sent me, to wit Jerusalem and the cities of Judah and the kings thereof and the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, an astonishment, a hissing, and a curse as it is this day. Verse 19, Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Okay, that's also connected, that part, Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Pharaoh, whose appointed time has passed, in Jeremiah chapter 46, verse 17, that is never going to rise again, ever. All right, and we have our people in our nation that are rebellious, that are pushing that doctrine more than the descendants of the people of Pharaoh and the Kemites. We have our people pushing that doctrine more than the people that are actual descendants of these people. All right, so let's continue on. His princes and all his people, and all the mingled people and all the kings of the land of Uz. Let me say something else about this. I forgot what dynasty it was that, if the Pharaoh had died, right, they would kill the servants of the Pharaoh so the servants can serve the Pharaoh in the afterlife. Now, this is madness, because in that philosophy, they believe that, okay, the Pharaoh died, they kill the servants of the Pharaoh so the servants can go serve the Pharaoh in the afterlife. So say that Pharaoh died, and it's many years later, okay, Egypt is being invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, okay, just running up in there. But you had servants that were killed to go serve the Pharaoh in the afterlife in their philosophy, but yet they were being invaded left and right, though. And you had servants that were killed so they can go and serve the Pharaoh in their afterlife. So in this so-called philosophy of the afterlife like that, you know what I'm saying, in real life, I'll say it like that, you had all these nations coming up in there. Yahweh said, a company of many people shall he send against Pharaoh, in Ezekiel 32 and verse 3. And many nations went up in there and destroyed that place. Took the artifacts and have it on display, and you got to pay to go and see, you know, the what is it, the pyramids and all that type of stuff, right? Let's continue on. And it says here, and all the mingled people and all the kings of the land of Uz and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, Epsilon, and it says Azar and Ekron and the remnant of Ashdod, Edom and Moab and the children of Ammon, all the kings of Tyrus, okay, Hamites, all the kings of Zidon, okay, that's also Joel 3, Zidon and all of that, okay, and the coasts of Palestine and all that, and Joel chapter 3. And all the kings of the isles which are beyond the sea, and all the kings, right? And all the kings of Arabia, okay? All the kings of Arabia, okay? Now, I'm going to say another thing, too. Those of you that's bringing this doctrine out that Esau is, in Arabia, Esau is the Saudi royal family. I suggest that you do your research. There's much information that is connecting the Saudi royal family with the same people that are over there in what they call Israel now. Okay, listen, this here, just stop with the foolishness. Let's continue on. Then it says here, Dedan, Tima, Buz, and all that are in the uttermost corners, and all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert, all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Elam. Okay, Jeremiah 25 and verse 25. So according to information that's come out about this person, he was East Indian, okay, and he was born in Kenya. He's supposed to be some radical type of person that was like trying to help those people over there. This is who Malcolm X listened to, okay? And if he had understanding of this, he would see that judgment would be brought against Elam. But again, you know what I'm saying? He went against this. He had the book of the adversary, Job chapter 31 and verse 35. He was with the book of the adversary, okay? I said, again, do not get yourself involved in that, okay? There he is right there, okay? He was killed 3 days after Malcolm X was killed. Who was responsible for that? Yahweh says that he kills and he makes alive. Okay, they were killed in the open sight of others. Let me get that in Job 34 and verse 26. It was Yahweh that did that. Okay, whether whoever was used to do that was his sword. So we're gonna go to 34 and right around 28, 26. No, 26. Job 34 and 26. He striketh them as wicked men in the open sight of others. So these men were judged in the open sight of others. We know what happened, and what happened with Malcolm X. And if you read the information about that guy, he was killed in front of his family. All right, that was Yahweh that did that. The sword is the wicked. Psalm 17 and verse 13. So I'm pleading with y'all, those of you that are trying to do this thing, trying to connect Ham, okay, with us and some kind of Pan-African thing, it's not going to happen.
Stop it.
And you have an example right here. There's many others, okay? It's not going to happen. Get out of it. Those of you that see that's happening and your leaders or whatever, your, I don't know, your ministers, your elders, your moray, your bishop, your whoever, get out of it, because it will never happen. Doesn't matter how long we got to go here. You can continue to keep trying to do that. It will never happen. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to bring that out and show, now I just want to go into this thing about what happened with the Islam, what happened over there. And what is it? Over 1,300 people died. Right. Okay. I want to go to Isaiah 25, verse 4 and verse 5. And then after this, we're going to go into the situation about, the mind of a predator. Then after that, we're going to bring some scriptures out of Psalms 121. All right, so let me get this, Isaiah 25. Okay. And we're going to read, let's see. We're going to read verse 4 and verse 5. Right. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to read that. It's a form of protection. Okay. Obviously, when we talk about what happened with Malcolm X, he was worshiping the same idol. He had to go there and do that. And all of them have to do that. That is in that. Yahweh obviously is putting a stop to that. You know what I'm saying? 1,300 people died. If you can bring that up. Okay. All right. All right. So it says here, more than 1,300 people died during, what is this? The Hajj. Many of them, okay, after walking in the scorching heat. All right, so let's get this here. Scorching heat, right? Let's deal with this right here. Let's see where we at with this. I think I want to get this scripture. All right, so we're going to deal with this. Let's go to Isaiah 25, and I'm going to start at verse 1, okay? We want verse 4 and verse 5, all right? Okay, this is protection, spiritual protection, because it starts off spiritually, all right? It should have been something in those people's minds. They see people dropping dead before them to back off, okay? But this shows you in the midst of idolatry, people will follow behind an idol, a philosophy in their mind that will actually lead them to their death right there at that moment. And this is what happened right there. So let's go here, right here in verse 1. O Yahweh, thou art my mighty one, I will exalt thee. I will praise thy name. Psalms 150. For thou hast done wonderful things. Thy counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. Thy counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. Let's get this in Psalms 33 and verse 11. It says, counsel shall stand forever. All right. Okay. It has truth there, faithfulness and truth. That truth is going back to what? The Torah, Psalms 119 and 142. All right, so let's get this. Psalms 33 and verse 11. The counsel of Yahweh standeth forever. The thoughts of his mind to all generations. The thoughts of his mind through all generations. So that the thoughts of his mind is higher than our thoughts in Isaiah 55, starting at verse 8. Okay. So his thoughts will go through all generations right here, where it says through all generations, right? So that's how he'll be known throughout all generations. I'm going to get a scripture on that, Psalms 102 and verse 12. Give me 1 second. Let me read this. Then we're going to go back to Isaiah 25 and 2. So let's get this real quick. So it says here, the counsel of Yahweh standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations, right? Okay, now let's go here. All right, Isaiah 55. All right, let's get this real quick. Okay, and verse 11, right? And start at verse 8. Okay, where are we at here? 55. Okay, let's get this here. And it says, for my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, says Yahweh. All right, right there. Okay, verse 8. So his thoughts are not our thoughts, neither are his ways our ways. So those thoughts right there goes back to Psalms 33 and verse 11. The counsel of Yahweh standeth forever, which is connected, that part, Isaiah 25, right around verse 1, verse 2, what we're at right there. The thoughts of his heart meaning his mind, to all generations. Now we want to get something to all generations. He shall be known throughout all generations. Let's go to Psalms 102 and verse 12. And this is all going to connect back to the beginning of Isaiah 25. We want to get to verse 4 and verse 5, okay, to continue to expose this Islam thing. So let's go here to Psalms 102 real quick, okay? And when it says that last part of Psalms 33, verse 11, throughout the generations, right? Okay, so let's get this right here, okay? It's also going to connect to that verse 12 of that same chapter, Psalms 102. Let's get this real quick. Psalms 102 and verse, let's see where we at here. Verse 12, but thou, O Yahweh, shall endure forever, and thy remembrance unto all generations. Why is that? Because when you go here, the Psalms 33 and verse 11, the counsel of Yahweh standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Okay, the thoughts, okay, that goes back to that Jeremiah 29 and 11. Okay, Yahweh said, the thoughts that I think toward you are thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. That's connected to this also. Because when you go to the next verse, in verse 13 of Psalms 102, the set time has come to favor Zion. But we're dealing right here with verse 12 of Psalms 102, which is connected to Psalms 33, verse 11. There's Psalms 33, verse 11, but it says counsel here, goes back to the beginning of what we're dealing with in Isaiah 25. Let's go back there, okay? All right, let's go to Isaiah 25 again. We want to get to verse 4 and verse 5, okay? Which is a spiritual aspect also connected physically in Isaiah 25 and verse 4 and 5. All right, so let's get this. And it says right here, that was verse 1. O Yahweh, thou art my mighty one. I will exalt thee. Okay. I will praise thy name. Psalms 150. For thou hast done wonderful things. Thy counsels of old, which stands forever. Okay. They say it's it's no longer in effect. The counsels of old, but it stands forever. The scripture again, Psalms 33, verse 11. Then it says of old are faithfulness and truth, right? Okay. That he has established the covenant, from the time of Abraham through our forefathers, Isaac, Jacob, you know what I'm saying? And that faithfulness here is going to go to what? The new covenant that he's making with us in Jeremiah 31, verse 31. That's that faithfulness right there. The truth, when it says truth and faithfulness right here, or it says counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. So that faithfulness, okay, is to reestablish. He's going to establish that covenant with us, the new covenant. And when it has truth here in this part right here at the end of verse 1, the law is the truth. So the law is the truth, Psalms 119, 142. So you take that and you connect that with Jeremiah 31, verse 33. He's going to put the law in our inward part, okay? The law. Jeremiah 31, verse 33 is this here where it says truth here. Faithfulness here. And this part right here is him establishing a new covenant with us, not as the covenant that our forefathers have with him that they broke in verse 34 of Jeremiah 31. All of the scriptures are connecting together. Okay. If you're in the midst of idolatry, you will not be able to understand this. Okay. All right. So again, let's continue on. For thou hast made of a city a heap, and of a defense city a ruin, a palace of strangers, to be no city. It shall never be built, right? Okay, a palace of strangers, to be no city, it shall never be built. A palace of strangers, okay? The strangers trying to, try to build the temple now, they can't do it, okay? Whatever they tried to do, it's not going to work. That's just an example. They're strangers, strange. We must be delivered out of the hands of strange children. Psalms 144, verse 11. All right, so let's continue on. Therefore shall the strong people glorify thee. The city of the terrible nations shall fear thee. Okay? So those of you that are afraid of these nations, you're afraid of World War III and all of this, this is what they're speaking. You see these nations are literally fighting right now, right? All of them are not involved yet. Okay? All right? But the scripture tells you, as you are afraid of them, remember this right here. The terrible nations are afraid of him. So this right here tells you that what? that they know about him. They know who our mighty one is. Let me read this again. The terrible nations shall fear him. They're afraid of him as they try to attack you. Okay? The scriptures expose. That's why we have to read the words, not just read the verse and then just move on. Look at the words that's in the verse. Let me read this one more time. Therefore shall the strong people glorify thee. Okay, the city of terrible nations shall fear thee. Okay, so we look at these, these people, you know what I'm saying? These cities are the terrible nations, they have done terrible things, but they are afraid. They will never tell you that. This is why they get, and that's another thing. A statement of someone saying that Putnam did not make a mistake. I never got an answer for Psalm chapter 10, verse 4. Or what Putnam didn't make a mistake. Well, according to Psalm chapter 10, verse 4, then, what he brought up was idolatry. Because it tells you in Psalms 10 and 4 that the mind of the wicked, their mind is not on Yahweh. I never got an answer, but there's an excuse now. Oh, what he did, that was not a mistake. But what happened to Psalms 10 and 4, though? You would, and again, you would have to say that the man is not Esau, he's somebody else or whatever. Okay, I mean that, but I'm not. All right, I don't want to deviate. Let's continue on. But now, what's happening, Ak?
So we got some powerful precepts and scriptures in here.
All right, okay. I can't see. Let me see if I, because every time when I go press this button to the chat on this phone, and then when I try to come back on the page, it kicks me out. So that's what I'm saying. I can't really read that. Go ahead, bring the scriptures out because I can't really see that.
Okay, Khan. So this from brother, all praise to the Most High Yahweh Redeemer Yasharal. Shalom Mak. He says, Psalms 94, 12 through 15. Blessed is the man whom you discipline, O Yahweh, and whom you teach out of your law, to give them rest from days of trouble until a pit is dug for the wicked.
Right, exactly.
And then he got Psalms 118, 6 through 7. It says, Yahweh is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do to me? Yahweh is on my side as my helper. I shall look in triumph on those who hate me. And then, then he brought some heat with Psalms 118, 1 through 2. He says, oh, give thanks to Yahweh, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Let Yahshua say his steadfast love endures forever. God.
All praises. All praises to Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? Proverbs chapter 27, verse 17. Those are some great scriptures. I can't see that because, again, the other phone that I usually use, the back of it started heating up. So if I were to continue on with it, the phone would have just cut off to cool down. So this right here, this phone that I'm on now, I usually use that to try and look at the comments. I don't have it hooked up on the other phone, the YouTube thing hooked up to the other phone, so I can't really see. I wouldn't be able to see the comments. So, Ak, whatever that Ak puts up, or whoever puts up other stuff, just read it out. That's excellent scripture. Those are excellent scriptures. That helps me right there. That helps me. Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 17. The Ak that put those scriptures up is real sharp, though.
So
real sharp. All praises to the Most High Yahweh. All praises. Give all praise and honor unto the Almighty Yahweh in Psalms 150. And for the understanding that he's given all of us, you know, as we growing in the Torah. So let me get this here. Yeah, is there more?
No, I was just gonna say this. I would just encouragement to anybody, you know what I mean? Even on replays and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's for this type of channel is for us to build ourselves in the Torah, you know what I'm saying? So if you hear scriptures or you you know what I'm saying, that come to your head or anything that can help build on a certain topic or anything like that, it's much appreciated, you know what I'm saying? Proverbs 27 and 17, like the Ox said, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Okay. So let me get to verse 4. but thou hast been a strength to the poor. That also Psalms 12 and 5, he is our strength. 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 29, Yahweh shall renew our strength. Isaiah chapter 40 from verse 29 to verse 31. Okay, to the needy. So you have the poor and needy right here in this verse, in verse 4. Right. So let me go to Psalm chapter 12, right around verse 5. All right. You have poor and needy there. So let me go here, Psalms 12 and 5, real quick, and get this. After this, we're going to bring out the thing about the exposed the perverted mind. 12 and 5. For the oppression of the poor and for the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, says Yahweh. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. All right, so that's connected to this right here, part of verse 4. A refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat, a shadow from the heat. Now, again, we know spiritually, but if you're in the Torah, you know what I'm saying? He give you wisdom. Okay. You know what I'm saying? If you see something like that happen, people falling and different things like that, obviously you're going to see that that's death. It shows you that these people do not have any understanding. They're going to continue on trying to walk through their ritual to get to wherever they have to go to get in front of that idol or whatever it is. But they've seen numerous people, okay, say like it was the last person that died that was walking. So it was 1,299 people died. They say it's over 1,300, but let's just say 1,300 right now, right? So the 1,300 person, 1,300, that person, 1,299 people died before that person at that 1,300, and that person still tried to go. Even if you know that's a large number, we can even say 10. So after 10 people are dropping dead right in front of you, you're the 11th person and you're still going to try to move forward. See, it shows you that this is idolatry because they were being led to their death, worshiping idols. So Yahweh is from the heat, spiritually, and even physically. The heat that's coming, you know what I'm saying, concerning what the scripture says, Zechariah 14 and 12, those that are going to fight against us, you know what I'm saying, and that heat or whatever that's going to have them melt in their eyes and their tongue and all that type of stuff, which they took that out of the, you know what I'm saying, Raiders of the Lost Ark movie in 1981. If you ever saw that picture, if you can go to that ark, the opening of the ark, if you can go to that real quick. Raiders of the Lost Ark is a movie that came out in 1981. All right. So we're going to show you that they took that from Zechariah 14 and 12. If you can bring that up, and we can go back to this. We're just dealing with the various topics now before we get to Psalms 121.
All right, while I'm looking for that, I'm gonna let this Google thing read off this article about the 1,300 people dying from the Hajj thing.
Yes.
They took the sound out.
Okay.
Damn, they took the sound out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know how much y'all heard.
Hold on 1 second.
Hold on.
Yes. All praises to Yahweh.
Y'all hear that?
I couldn't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess they ain't trying to hear that. Yeah, it was playing on my end.
Okay.
Well, skip it then. Since they want to do that, I want to get this off. So I'll just read as much as I got
Okay.
pages for. It says.
All right.
More than 1,300 people died during this year's Hajj pilgrimage to Saudi Arabia as the faithful faced extreme high temperatures at Islamic holy sites in the desert kingdom, Saudi authorities announced Sunday. Saudi Health Minister Fahd bin Abdurrahman Al-Jah said that 83% of the 1,301 fatalities were unauthorized pilgrims who walked long distances in soaring temperatures to perform the Hajj rituals in the holy in and around the holy city of Mecca. Speaking with the state-owned Al Akbariya TV, the minister said 95 pilgrims were being treated in hospitals, some of whom were airlifted for treatment in the capital, Riyadh, or whatever that is. He said the identification process was delayed because there was no identification documents with many of the dead pilgrims. He said the dead were buried in Mecca without giving a breakdown. The fatalities included more than 660 Egyptians, all but 31 of them were unauthorized pilgrims. According to two officials in Cairo, Egypt has revoked the license of 16 travel agencies that help unauthorized pilgrims travel to Saudi Arabia. So these people basically done risk their life to go worship folly, basically. Then it got other stuff, but you know what I'm saying? That is what it is. I'll put the link in the description after the video if people want to check it out. Go ahead, Art.
Okay. If you can go to that Raiders of the Lost Ark movie and get to the scene when they open up the ark, the last ending of it. They open up the ark.
You ain't get no sound?
Yeah. Yes. You found it? Okay, here it is. Pay close attention. They stole this out of Zechariah 14 and 12. That's the ark right there. We know there was only certain people in our nation that can handle the ark. The priests, okay? Levi, obviously, they're trying to make this guy into a Levitical priest right there. Okay? Pay close attention. That is supposed to be the Germans, and the Germans are supposed to be getting dealt with. Pay close attention. You're going to see that they took this out of Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 12. This was in 1981. Now he's supposed to be from the line of Aaron. Supposed to be, but you see that was a falsehood. All right, so go ahead.
Don't look at it. Shut your eyes, Mary, and don't look at it no matter what happens.
Now, those are supposed to be Malak that's coming out of the Ark of the Covenant. Now watch this. Now, they took that from Psalm 78 and verse 49, supposed to be evil angels. Watch this. Okay, now you see he some type of fire comes to him. Now watch what happens. Watch what happens. See right there? Right there. That's your Zechariah 14 and 12 right there. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to bring that out since you're talking about heat. Okay. All right. So they took that from Zechariah 14 and 12. That's supposed to be the Germans. And the story is that they persecuted, what I'm saying, supposedly, as they say, Yahweh's chosen people and all of that. You know what I'm saying? That's all falsehood. So they took that from Zechariah 14 and 12. I just wanted to bring that out when it goes back to that, you know what I'm saying, about the heat. So they took that. That's Zechariah 14 and 12. Also, Psalm 78, verse 49, that's supposed to be the evil angels coming out of the ark. The guy that was supposed to be, he's supposed to be a Levitical priest right there. Okay, supposed to be handling, the ark, you know what I'm saying, and different things like that. He looking inside the ark, supposed to be from the line of Aaron. That's what they're trying to tell you. Okay, but they exposed them, their lies. They exposed themselves by, showing that. Okay, and you see that's wicked. All right, so I just wanted to, because when it speaks about heat here in Isaiah 25, it's a spiritual thing also. It's spiritual first. But Yahweh will protect us from all evil. He will give you the wisdom. You understand what I'm saying? You would not be out there in the midst of idolatry, dropping dead. All right. So let me just finish this up, because when we get to verse 5, it's going to talk about the chariot is going to, let me continue on. So it says here, a refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat, right? When the blast of the terrible ones is as a storm against the wall. So Yahweh will protect us from that blast, you know what I'm saying, from the terrible ones, okay? That heat and different things like that, right? Their idol or whatever this is could not even protect them in their ritual. So this is why I'm bringing this out. So when their attacks are coming, when these things are happening, a blast from the terrible ones, that heat, Yahweh will protect us from that. These people in this doctrine of Islam could not even be protected in their own ritual to serve their God or their idol or whatever. All right. We're going to be on a much higher level of protection. All right. Let me go to the next verse right here. Thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers as the heat in a dry place, even the heat with the shadow of a cloud. Okay, with the shadow of a cloud. All right. Psalms 104 and verse 3. Let me get that. It's talking about the chariot right here, the shadow of a cloud, right? So let's go to Psalms 104, verse 3. So we're going to be on such a level of protection away from all of that. And what you saw in that movie, which is really Zechariah 14 and 12, that's going to actually happen for us. That those are wicked, that their face was melted like that from the, the heat and different things like that, judgment of Zechariah 14 and 12 that come against us. They took that and made a movie out of that. And you can see that was all falsehood there, right? Okay, so let me read this one more time. I'm going to go to Psalms 104 and verse 3. Thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers as the heat in a dry place. Even the heat, okay, as the heat in a dry place. That part right there. As the heat in a dry place. Well, literally, that's a dry place where those people were at. I'm talking about, symbolically, what I'm saying, how this is connected. Because they were in a dry place. Okay, there was heat there and they died. But this dry place and this heat right here, we're going to be protected from the blast of the terrible ones. They were in a dry place in heat and they were dropping dead in a ritual. But this is a dry place here with this, in what I'm reading here in Isaiah 25, from the blast of the terrible ones, we will be protected. All right, let me read this one more time. Thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers as the heat in a dry place, even the heat with the shadow of a cloud. The branch of the terrible ones shall be brought low. The branch of the terrible ones. That branch is also connected to, it shall neither leave them root or branch in Malachi 4:1. That's connected to this. Okay? All right, so let me get this when it says here, even the heat with the shadow of a cloud. Let's get this in Psalms 104 and verse 3. All right, let's get that. All right, let's get that real quick. Psalms 104 and verse 3. And it reads, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariots, who walketh upon the wings of the wind. Okay, who maketh the what? The clouds his chariots. Okay, so that's that shadow right there of the cloud there, that shadow. Okay, we've seen many situations of, the chariot, seen pictures of the chariot in the clouds. And Psalms 104 verse 3, the heat that's going to come from the shadow of the cloud here in verse 5. The branch of the terrible one shall be brought low. Them terrible ones right here in verse 5 will be protected from, that blast of the terrible ones as a storm against the wall in verse 4. But when it says here in, where's this said here? Verse 5, thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers as the heat in a dry place. They were brought down in their rituals in a dry place. Okay? All right, that was a dry place. They're out there in what's called a desert. It's dry out there. So what their rituals, they went to a dry place and they dropped dead. Us, we're going to be protected, okay, from the blast of the terrible ones, that heat, as if it was in a dry place. We're going to be protected from this, okay, which is also connected with Zechariah 14 and 12. They can't even get through their dry place in their rituals to worship their idol or whatever this is that they're worshiping, okay. And you really have to look at that. Over 1,300 are dead. So as the numbers were getting larger and larger and larger, they continue to keep, walking in that and dropping dead right behind those numbers that were before them. All right. Yeah. Okay. You there?
Yeah, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was messing with stuff. I made a mistake and pressed stuff. That's all. My bad.
Okay, so that we are going to have that protection like that. They can't even get past their dry place where they're at. They do this, and their pilgrimage and all of this to go on their ritual, which is really Psalms 96 and verse 5. It's the book of the adversary, Job 31, verse 35. Thou shalt have no standing image of stone in thine land. They go against that, all of that. All right. The Quran means to recite. To recite what? Okay. Even though they mix some things in there, for the worship of their idol. Okay. So I hope that this helps someone. So let's get to the next various topics about exposing the mind of a predator. All right. And, you sisters, pay close attention to this because they have these predators are not only those that are lurking in the street somewhere, you know what I'm saying, just lurking, like they with a beastly type mentality. There are predators that appear to be, they have charisma, they know how to talk, very popular. And this is what you're going to see right here in these two clips. And we're going to be dealing with Deuteronomy 32, verse 5, Job 9 and 20, Proverbs 4 and 24, Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 19, Proverbs 12 and 8, Proverbs 14 and 2, Proverbs 17 and 20, Proverbs 19 and 1, Proverbs chapter 28, verse 6 and verse 18. I'll be reading in which the book of Judges. There's something in the book of Judges also that's connected with that. I'm gonna read the verses of that. You know what I'm saying? In 2 Samuel chapter 13, what happened with Tamar in 2 Samuel 13. So if you can get the video, this is exposing the mind of a predator. All right, because you can't say the R word, they flag the video or whatever.
Yeah, before we get into the videos, I want to bring this article real fast up
Okay.
about facts about sexual abuse in basically the African American community. It's kind of a provoking type of topic because once again, this is stuff that we don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? As if like, oh no, it's just the other nations doing it, which we know they do it predominantly. You know what I'm saying? But it is here too in our community. So I hope this can be heard, and then we'll get into those videos about the signs of them as well.
Facts about sexual abuse in the African American community. Natasha Tracy. Print. No Secrets, No Lies. How Black Families Can Heal from Sexual Abuse by author and journalist Robin D. Stone is a resource guide for families seeking to understand, prevent, and overcome childhood sexual abuse and its devastating impact on adult survivors. Below, it's more common than you think. In surveys of adults, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men report that they were sexually abused as a child. It's a Black thing, too. Many African Americans think that child sexual abuse is more typical among white people. Statistics show that Blacks are sexually victimized in childhood at about the same rates as whites. Near and present danger. 2/3 of all victims of sexual assault reported to the police were under 18. In nearly 95% of the cases, the offender was a family member or acquaintance. Rich or poor. Poverty, which contributes to violence in many communities, is not seen as a risk factor for child sexual abuse. Abuse is more likely to be reported among low-income families, but is virtually undetected in families whose money or status shield them from authorities. Race matters. African American women are less likely than white women to involve police in cases of child sexual abuse. Fears about
Stop
betraying
that.
the family by turning abusers into the system and distrust.
Now you heard what was said there. African American women are less likely to involve some form of law enforcement. Now, Yahweh, had showed me things in different articles of some years ago about that, and you hear even within your own families or somebody else's family that you know of, where many sisters have been raped. Have been assaulted, sexually assaulted, and they have never said anything to no one. All right, so there's a proof of it right there. Okay.
African American women are less likely than white women to involve police in cases of child sexual abuse. Fears about betraying the family by turning abusers into the system and distrust of institutions and authorities often lead blacks to remain silent about family business. Boys are also abused. About 14% of all young victims of sexual assault are male, according to police reports. 20% of sexual abuse of boys is committed by women. Among African Americans, homophobia perpetuates the denial of sexual abuse of boys. Cause and effect. Black women report being more severely abused with greater force. They also report more upset, greater long-term effects, and more negative life experiences from sexual abuse than white women. Among
Can you
these
stop that?
traumatic stress disorder, depression.
Now, if you heard what you know, the AI thing reading that black women have suffered from issues and problems from sexual abuse. Also, a minute before that, the article is also stating that the sexual abuse against boys that is rising. What it's saying that it's women doing that also to the boys. I mentioned, I said something about that a couple of weeks ago. Also, that situation is on a rise where you have women that are actually, you know what I'm saying, uh, molesting young boys, black women. Okay, go ahead.
Depression, anxiety, eating disorders, substance abuse, drug abuse, self-mutilation, and more. Young and troubled. Adolescents commit 23% of all sex offenses. Experts say young abusers are more responsive to treatment than adults. Prolific predators. Child sex offenders tend to victimize more often than other sexual offenders. 70% of child sex offenders had between 1 and 9 victims, 23% between 10 and 40 victims.
Wow. Wow.
Now, I want to. It might take me a little second, but I got. I was looking for this in one of the ox in one of their posts. I couldn't find it. So there's this short video, right? Um, let me see. Let me hit this like real fast. And this is a recent thing that just happened, within the so-called Israelite community, like the Israelite community, not just the black community. You know what I mean? Um, and my condolences go out to the family and to the young boy, the young brother. I hope Yahweh heals his mind from this and it don't turn him away from Yahweh, but his family and them wind up seeing like, hey, I was led by some wicked people. You know what I mean?
Right.
Give me a second. Okay, here we go. And fair use, fair use, fair use. Here we go. This is the name. The brother, the young man's name is Bryson Meir. The grandmother of 14-year-old for a 14-year-old boy's disappearance. Just all right, just listen up, y'all.
Tonight, Indiana State Police have issued a silver alert for the missing son of former Colts player Daniel Muir. Investigators say Bryson Muir was last seen leaving his grandma's house near Cleveland about 2 weeks ago. Our Chase Howell talked with the boy's grandmother tonight and Daniel Muir's sister. So, Chase, what did they say?
Scott, his sister tells me Daniel has been estranged from his family for years. When Cheryl Wright went to pick Bryson up in Toledo at her daughter's request, this is how she expected him to look. Instead, when he got in the car, she says he had a black eye, a fat lip, and a swollen face.
He told me that, he deserved it and it was okay. So I told him that it wasn't. No one should beat their children like that, not if they love them.
Friday night, I spoke to Wright on the phone for about 15 minutes about her daughter, Kristen, son-in-law, Daniel, and what she believes happened to her 14-year-old grandson.
So I just want to find Bryson. I want to make sure that he's okay.
Wright says the day she went to pick Bryson up, there were 3 people in the car, his mom and dad, and a man she didn't know. But only Bryson drove the nearly 2 hours back to her Cleveland home with her.
She just told me that I needed to pick him up, and you know, because this is an ongoing case, I don't want to say everything that happened during our conversation, but she just told me that I needed to come get him.
After only a couple days, Wright says Bryson was picked up by his mother, his dad, and an adult male, but not before she called police. Wright says 3 or 4 minutes after they left, an officer pulled them over. But Bryson wasn't in the car. So what could have happened to Bryson within that 3 to 4 minutes that you think?
Sir, the only things that the police officers told me is that they probably put him into another vehicle, and that car drove off.
As of Friday afternoon, Indiana State Police say both Kristen and Daniel are no longer cooperating with investigators. Friday morning, state police say the Muirs backed out of a meeting with police that they were supposed to bring Bryson to.
Bryson is, I believe.
Now, I want this to be cleared up. This incident is from a pastor. Well, the son, his father's name is Pastor Daniel Muir, right? He's from the Straightway people, the Straightway Ministries or whatever. This is inside of the Israelite community, you know what I'm saying? And that goes back to that article, you know what I'm saying? Even you got even the young boys, you know what I'm saying? So this is something serious, you know what I'm saying? So there's not yet that's it for the article, you know what I'm saying? But the young key women, brothers, family, mama, daddy, whatever y'all are, pay attention to y'all children. Just because people, you know what I'm saying, might be saying that they're holding the truth, be very attentive of the people that's around your children. You know what I mean? Anaya says, growing up, I knew a couple of people who experienced physical and sexual abuse. It happens way more than we think. Exactly.
Right.
She also says a lot of our people have been abused sexually, which is why a lot of our people act how they do as well. And it's just sad. Exactly. That's what it kind of go back into that Genesis 34 thing, because you gotta think about like what that, you know what I'm saying, like what that mentally could have done to the sister. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and then when we look at our people, our daughters and stuff like that out here making videos and stuff like that, you could see that the promiscuousness that they have, it most of the time is from some type of sexual abuse of some sort. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All praise to the Most High, YAHAWAH'S. He said, Redeemer Yahshua, brother. The Ox says, I've talked to a lot of our people about this, and it's definitely a lot of that sickness going on in our nation. I have some family members that went through this on both sides, father and mother. I have too.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. We was going to which one you wanted?
The first one when he was talking to her. Okay, this is from the television series Different World. Okay, this is let's play this part right here. This is the first one. Yeah. Go for it. That actually means to go and attack her. Listen, you sisters, listen very closely. Okay, listen you sisters. They will speak this. They showing you this. This is back in 1989, 1990. They showing you the mind and how they double talk. Yes, right. Double tongue. Let me get the scripture here in Proverbs chapter 6. Hold that for a second. He says, well, you know, she don't want to do it, but you got to go for it. And you know, some other things. So Dwayne Wayne is catching on that the guy is not right. All right. Let me just read Proverbs 6 and 16. These 6 things do Yahweh hate. Ye 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. A heart that devises wicked imaginations. All right. Wicked imagination. That's a wicked imagination. Okay. He's forcing himself on her, but he's telling Dwayne Wayne that she wants it, even though she didn't want to do it, but she wants it, and you got to just go for it. Then he tries to put him on the spot. He says, when you grabbing on her, when you grabbing on her, you know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying. When you're grabbing on her, she tell you to stop. You don't really stop. So he's trying to get him to agree with him. You brothers be careful.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
Dwayne Wayne says, she tells me to stop. I will stop. He says, I don't like those scratches. So the guy is trying to, tell him that he just forces himself on women, but this is what they want in his mind. He just, you know what I'm saying? Right. So let me continue on. That right there. A heart that devises wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief. A heart that devises wicked, that's a wicked imagination. Oh, you just gotta do it. That's a wicked imagination. He's not out there in the street on drugs, got all kind of spirits in his mind in the street. He's in the college, got a career. He's going into the pros in baseball and all of that, but he's a predator. And they have many wicked brothers in our nation that are like that. Okay, pretenders. They appear to be a certain way, but they're predators, beastly. Okay, they're not the ones that are standing on the corner somewhere, running around just trying to grab a woman and take the woman in the alley somewhere. That's wicked also, of course. But that's, what I'm saying, someone that's supposed to be a form of like professionalism in some type of field of Esau. That was dealing with sports. Dwayne Wayne looked up to him, but he has a wicked imagination right there. That's his mind right there. So a man thinketh, so is he. Proverbs 23 and 7. And you hear what he's saying there. Then he's trying to get him to Dwayne Wayne to agree with him. That's a predator right there. Okay, now let me see where we at here. And he that saw discord among brethren, okay, and he that sowed discord among brethren. And he's sowing discord right there because he's wicked and he's saying those things. Dwayne Wayne is catching on to it. So when we go back to that other video, he's going to try and warn the girl, Freddie, that the guy is wicked. But she's not going to listen because she's taken by that false image. All right. That he presents, but he's a predator. All right. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. That wicked imagination.
Yeah, but also he also right here a false witness that speak lies. He trying to make it seem he bear false witness on the sister as if like she was agreeing to it, but she really didn't. But she was trying to act like she didn't agree to it. You know what I mean? That was just for the first woman. And as y'all see from the second video that we're gonna play, it's 2 different women that done fell victim to this. You know what I'm saying? And he's proud of it. So,
okay, let's go back.
Oh, and one more thing. I know this like kind of off subject, but just to like tap into Esau craftiness, right? These other nations craftiness. I know y'all heard the saying before, scorn, right? When you was younger,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? That meant like, hey, when you went out with your first love or whatever, your buddies and stuff, they want to know, hey, did you score? Did you hit first base? Did you you know what I'm saying? Hit the basket? This guy, like in the craftiness of our enemy, we gotta understand they're already using our people to bring certain things out. And here he is talking crafty, and then they're here, and what he was saying at that moment, it was on a score basket type thing. I mean, it's just something impelling. You know what I mean? Not
Right,
the
right.
beat.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point right there. That's an excellent point. It's an excellent point.
Praise y'all.
Excellent point. Praise Yahweh. Excellent point. They're trying to show you in this clip right here, how well do you know him? That's the first thing that he said to her. Obviously, she doesn't know him that well. She's not even responding to that. She's saying that he's jealous, but he's trying to look out for her well-being and safety. Let me get a scripture. Going back to the mind of that wicked brother, let's go to Deuteronomy 32 and verse 5. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Perverse. All right? Perverse. And there's a lot of perversion in our nation. A lot of our women are being attacked and I can't say that word, sexually assaulted, being violated. Perverse. You see the perverseness that's going on in this generation that's coming up now. All right, all type of perversion going on. All right, even back when I was coming up, there was situations, but it wasn't like it is now. There was situations, and somebody that did that, you know what I'm saying? If the people in the community got to that person before the police did, then that person was dealt with. But back then, it wasn't like it is now. But it's all type of perverseness going on. And then you got these movies that, you know, have this these type of things going on where the woman is attacked. You know what I'm saying? As soon as the movie starts, you know, the woman is attacked. Or somewhere in the middle of the movie, the woman is attacked. Whether she's attacked as a child or as she's an adult, there's some type of attack going on. The woman is attacked. Okay? So I'm going to say it again. There are situations that, you know, when sisters say that they have been violated, not all of them are lying. Some of them will lie to try and bring the brother down because the brother don't want to have nothing to do with her or whatever, or something happened or whatever. But there are sisters that, you know, have been attacked that obviously have been telling the truth. Because we have wicked brothers among us that have wicked imagination and they carry it out. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They don't get delivered from that. You know what I'm saying? All right.
And let
So
that be a warning, and let that be a warning for a lot of people, especially our sisters, you know what I'm saying? But our people in general, though, because as we could see that the brother, you know, back at the in the video, you know what I'm saying, he was like trying to tell her, like, you're my friend, we've been a friend for a long time, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you need to do this, right? And then when you go back into the Israelite community and our people, period, it's the same thing, because what she rather had heard was him say, like, you know, I've been your friend for so long, I've been waiting for somebody that you loved or whatever, you know what I'm saying, to be with. I'm so happy for you, you know what I'm saying? But then it goes right back here to Isaiah 30. Let's go to Isaiah 30 and 8. We're gonna start at 8 and say, now go write it before them into in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time forever and ever, that this is a rebellious people, lying children that would not hear the law of Yahweh, which the law of Yahweh would have been. This brother was trying to show this sister, I don't want you to be against Leviticus 29 and 19. I don't want you to prostitute yourself out, because it's not, this brother not going to really care about you, or he might be at your downfall and try to do something bad to you. But anyway, it says, which says to the seer, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak to us smooth things, prophesy deceits. She in that situation, and I'm not down on our women, because sometimes they could just be, you know, kind of gullible at times, you know what I'm saying? But this is a brother, just a brother. He ain't messed with her, ain't his girlfriend, nothing. Just a brother that he loved this sister. He loved your sister as he supposed to. He trying to
right.
warn her. She would rather him say, this brother, he got everything going for you, but knowing that he's wicked and the things that he's doing is gonna be her downfall. You know what I mean? So just put that into a consideration, family. That's all I got.
Right. Now, also, these type of, from that video right there, with the way that he was talking with Dwayne Wayne like that, let me get Job chapter 9 and verse 20. And it says, if I justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I am perfect, it shall also prove me perverse. So he tried to pretend that as if he's perfect, that everything that he's doing is correct. But in his mind, he's perverse though. So with him, with that perfection type of mentality, he's proven to be perverse because of the things that he said to Dwayne Wayne when they was playing basketball. Let me read this one more time. Job 9 and 20. And it says, if I justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I am perfect, it shall also prove me perverse. So he has this mentality of perfection. Everything is going well for him. He doesn't make any kind of mistakes. He's perfect and all of that. But what's coming out of his mouth is perverseness. That's Job 9 and 20. Let me get a couple of more scriptures. Let me get to just about two more before we go back to the video. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 24. Go to Proverbs 4 and 24. Okay? You sisters, be aware of brothers like that. And that mentality like that, that's not only among that situation. There are brothers that have that mentality like that, present themselves to be as being perfect and all of that, but they found to be in some type of perverse mindset. And that's what happened with him. Let's get this right here. 4 and 24. All right, let's get this. Put away from thee a froward mouth and perverse lips put far from thee. All right, perverse speaking. All right. That has to come, you have to get that out of your mind, because the scripture says, so a man thinketh, so is he. You know what I'm saying? So that type of situation like that, you know what I mean? That speaking of that's in his mind. Okay. If that some type of perversion is in someone's mind like that, only the Torah can get it out of your mind. That's it. I'm saying someone that hasn't done anything like that, but yet they're battling with something in their mind like that. Only the Torah converts the soul. Psalms 19 and 7. You're not going to get that from that book, the NT. You're not going to get it from the Quran. The people are dropping dead right in front of you. You're seeing that. So you're not going to get it from that doctrine. You're not going to get it from anywhere else except the Torah. The scripture is Isaiah 55 and verse 7. If there's someone that's struggling with that, you haven't done anything like that, but that's something in your mind like that, you have to read Isaiah 55 verse 7, and you have to go to Yahweh, Psalms 19 and 7, pray, you understand? Yahweh deliver you from that. All right. That right there, you know what I'm saying? That's pure wickedness right there. But he's giving off this thing as if he's perfect. Okay, and that's what's really got that girl Freddie open on him like that. Because remember, the first thing that Dwayne Wayne said to her when she came inside the dormitory thing there in the college there, how well do you know him? Your sisters, take heed to that statement right there. How well do you know that brother? You like the brother, you in different things. He appears to be a certain way, but you don't know him. You're taken with the brother. I'm talking about these things go on in the nation. In our nation, they're supposed to be of understanding, right? You understand? But they don't have understanding. That's why I say supposed to be. So you sisters, you've taken, the brother knows how to speak and this and that. But there will be signs that will be shown, just as what was happening in Job 9 and 20. He will try to present himself as being perfect. You'll be taken with him, like what, you know what I'm saying? And then what happens is that there's something going to come out of his mouth. Something is going to come out of his mouth, okay? That's going to prove to show you that he's perverse. Take heed. No matter, sisters, you see the man and he appears that, that you like him, and he's doing things that look like he's going somewhere, and he's a beast. Take heed. He's a beast and will attack you and even kill you. But he's not presenting himself like that in front of you. That's what they're trying to show you in this television series right here. So let me just get this one more scripture here. All right, let me go to Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 8. Okay, because what I want to bring these scriptures, just a few scriptures out about the perverseness of the speech. That's not for you sisters to brush that to the side. If you hear something, he's talking to you, and then something comes out of his mouth and it's totally off. You know, and you see that there's something there. You to take heed to that and step away. Okay, to step away. All right, because that is a predator. He's got a mask on, and he knows. All right, so let's get this. Proverbs chapter 12 in verse 8. A man shall be commended according to his wisdom, but he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised. So when that person of a perverse mind like that is actually hated. So when that stuff comes out, the people are going to hate a person like that. Yo, what the hell is wrong with you? You know, they'll grab him up and beat him down or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or they will give warning to the women, you know what I'm saying? There's something wrong with that guy. That's what he's trying to tell her. This right here, Proverbs 12 and 8. This is very important. You sisters, pay close attention to this because your lives may depend on this. Okay? All right? The guy could have a lot going. He's got money. He's in the truth or whatever. You understand? We're talking about the wicked brothers that are in the truth. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about. Okay? That have that mentality like that. But in front of you, they say the right things. They've got a whole lot of things going on. They've got money and all of this. A very well speaker. He has charisma and different things like that. You view him as someone that that you think that he's attractive to you. You understand? But he's a beast. You sisters, pay attention.
Hey,
Right.
also this before you move on. Now, this also shows this Job 31 and just the verse 1, and we can go down even all the way to 9, but just this
Yeah.
first verse, right? Job 31 and 1, it says, I have made a covenant with my eyes. How then could I gaze at a virgin or a maid or someone, a purified woman, right? Now, that'll show you, even though, like, think about this, like, even you have like your artists, your industry artists and stuff like that, or you're in the truth music artists and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They look like they righteous, they have the good words and everything, but when you actually thinking about like even this little episode that we've been watching, right? If this dude supposed to be so much of a good person and high quality and standard and stuff, then he wouldn't be even thinking about these young women how he thinking about them. He would be thinking about them like the potential that they could have as far as developing um you know, family. You know what I'm saying? Instead of you want to use your quotes. I mean, not your quotes, your status quote, yeah, as a weapon. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's this one song that this guy's like, Eve think I'm handsome with the scriptures. I'm so clever, and it kind of sound kind of decent, but it's like, does that mean like you think because you know the scriptures or you could bend them or talk a woman into your bosom because of the scriptures? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
just that part right there, he may look like he's a well fit man and he got things going for him, but it's his mind. What is this right here? Where Proverbs 4 and this and the 24, put away from you forward mouth and perverse lips, put that far from you. So if he's like, he ain't talking about how he want to see this woman grow, or he want to see this prosper, but he's talking about how what I would do to her, and these things. Then that's where his mindset is, which he can't be moving towards the Torah. Back up off that and see where he's going with this. Go ahead. Art.
Right, exactly. So you sisters, pay attention, because these predators, they, there's different ways that, what I'm saying, that, these predators are operating. You see them out in the street just wilding out. Some guy could be in a mindset of like, what I'm saying, he's bugged out, homeless, different things like that, and have been known to attack women. Okay, you see somebody like that out in the street, you can see that a mile away. But what we're doing in this video here in various topics is bringing out to expose that predator that appears to be perfect and appears to have a lot of things going for him. You sisters see the man and you think the guy is, somebody that, these sisters that saying that they were raped are lying. All right. All right. So it's Proverbs 17:20. Okay, you can go back to it.
Hold on, one more thing. Hey, I know this ain't got nothing to do with it, but why Jake, he trying to talk the sister right into doing the right thing, and he got they done put the apple in his hand for the cast as well, as like, look, we ain't you don't need to be doing this. I'm just saying, these people, they crafty. I mean, it's right there.
Right. Right. But you see, this thing, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of craftiness that they have in these things. But you know what I'm saying, the message in this is, for you sisters to know what you're dealing with. Okay, now that type of person, she doesn't want that guy, because he doesn't have that appearance like that. Okay, which, if you know about this series, he wound up being very successful. He married what was her name, Wendy or whatever, Whitley or whatever, in the series.
Keep talking out.
Okay. Yeah, well, they're gonna do that. You know what I'm saying, because they don't want this to come out. So they trying to show you that the guy Dwayne Wayne, like that, he has the future. Okay, he's the one that became successful, but he was not that. He didn't have that mentality of the other one, and that one was wicked. All right, so I obviously, if they okay, you're able to get it back. She's like looking at him as like he's a little kid. Oh, like, oh, you're jealous. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not a real man type. She believes the other one is. You understand? But that's that deception there. Okay, that's that deception of that Job 9:20. She likes that. He appears to be a certain way, but that's a front. All right. Let me get this in Proverbs 19:1. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity. So they're trying to show you with Dwayne Wayne, he wasn't a rich guy, but he has integrity. He's trying to warn her. So someone, for you ladies, someone like Dwayne Wayne that has integrity, but he doesn't have that falsehood of that perfect type of thing of Job 9:20. The sisters that do not have the mind, to deal with the Torah, they're going to go after the guy that's the falsehood, that's a predator, because of that appearance. But here, better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. All right. Of course, he's perverse and the man is a fool. But it's the falsehood, that appearance that he projects in front of her that has her under a spell, but it's not real. So the one Dwayne Wayne, him right there, he's poor, but he has integrity because he's trying to stop her from going with the guy because he knows the guy is not correct. He knows that the guy attacked that girl that was in the gym when they was playing basketball. So he's poor, but they're trying to show you that he has the integrity of trying to warn her. But a lot of sisters will not deal with a brother like that. They will deal with the other brother because of the falsehood and the imaging. Just as your wife, I put that up there, following behind the ways of the heathen. They present that type of thing like that. Okay? All right? You know what I mean? So this is Proverbs 19:1, the appearance of him, like he appears to have that integrity. You know, he's questioning her, how long you know him, this is not, it's not right. Something is wrong with him. That's a form of integrity because he doesn't want to see anything happen to the sister. A lot of other brothers would have been like, all right, whatever, she's not trying to get with me. Does she go out with him? You know what I'm saying? And then when she gets attacked, the same brother will say, well, if she'd have went with me, that would have never happened. So, to hell with her. But he sees that the brother is not right. So let me read this again. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. And obviously you see in the video that the guy is perverse. Okay, so can we go back to the video? All right. Look, she thinks he's a joke. See? I can't hear the sound, but she thinks that, look, that she has to console him. She's belittling him. She's not taking him serious because he has the image of Proverbs 19:1. They cut the sound.
Let me see now.
They're showing you. I'm going to get Proverbs 28:6 in a second. We go to the next video, but they're showing you right there that, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't take him seriously because it's imaging. You have sisters that are, they look at the imaging that's in front of them and they will respond to that. They're not going to take time to see if it's actually real or not. So she's looking at him as if he's some kind of problem. She walks off and says that, I thought you was my friend. I thought you was his friend. So she walks off believing that he's the one, that something is wrong with him. Let me get Proverbs 28:6, which is going to back up Proverbs 19:1. And it says right here, Proverbs 28:6. Better is the poor that walketh in his uprightness than he that is perverse in his ways, though he be rich. All right. The guy is supposed to be running for president is perverse. Okay. The thing that came out about him a couple of weeks ago with the whoever that was, and they convicted him on that. And then, so you have rich people that have money that have perversion in their mind. They do perverse things. Okay. But the part of this right here in verse 6, better is the poor that walketh in his uprightness. That part right there. Okay, that goes back to the beginning of that Proverbs 19:1. But that type of man like that, there be some sisters that do not want that type of man because that is considered to be weak. It's the imaging. But when we go back to the video, he's the one that's actually going to save her from being attacked. But that type of imaging of Dwayne Wayne, some sisters will not accept that. He's looked at as being weak, or he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have any potential. He looks like he's soft, like they don't. But that's just they looking at a certain image, but he established himself later on, and you know what I'm saying, and became successful. You know what I'm saying? So that right there, you know, you sisters that got that mindset like that, you're gonna have to work on that, because majority of that imaging that you're seeing is a falsehood, and you will be destroyed behind that. All right, so let me get another scripture in Proverbs 28. Let's go to Proverbs 28 and 18. Whosoever walketh uprightly shall be saved, but he that is perverse in his ways shall fall at once. So that perverseness, he's going to fall. It's going to come right down on him. Fall that would result in death. Okay, that fall, that perverse person, it will result in death. The people will put him to death. There's been situations that, you know, a woman has been attacked and she's got family members, and then they go and look for the person that did it and put the person down, put the man down. That'll come upon them quick. That judgment will be right there. They did something, and then somebody rolls up and says, yo, you did this to my sister, you did this to my mother, you did this to something. And then, you know, the burner, the gat is pulled out, and then that's it. These people, these wicked brothers that do these things, they're gonna meet their demise, and a lot of times it comes all that, like, it just hits them. That's it. Judgment right there. Then there's times that they get arrested, they go to jail, and then they dealt with in the jail. Okay, where you have inmates in there that violate them and then hang them, or that, you know, or kill them. All right. And I said this before, when you see these situations, you know, like that, you know what I'm saying, that thing happens where these things are going on. You see situations that happen in the jail, you know, that you're on the news and stuff like that. The person got killed, and they come to find out that he was a child molester, or you know, or he was someone that, you know, attacked women or something. You're going to see that judgment somehow, some way, where you hear about it. Okay. And with these videos and stuff, people recording things, they'll record something right out in the street, and that predator is getting dealt with. Some of these situations where you see how people getting shot down by the wicked police, some of them may have been predators. Yahweh sees what's going on. Okay. Some of them may have been predators. All right. So that fall is going to happen. It's going to come like that. Somebody rolls up, yo, you did that to my sister. And then that's it. Take them out right there. Take them out. You did that to my wife. You did that to my mother-in-law. That's it. It's a wrap. That's this here, what I'm reading. Comes all at once, just like that. Then there's situations where they get into the jail, and then that's it. Everyone in the jail is after them. The murderer, the thief, the drug dealer, all of them. Okay, you got crews going against one another. You got the Muslims in the jail going against the white supremacists. You got the Mexican gangs going against the Muslims. You've got the Chinese in there. They're all in cliques fighting against each other, but all of them will attack that predator. They will all attack that predator. Every last thing, they fighting against each other, all that, but they will all go after that predator. Okay. The situation that I was speaking about earlier, when I was younger, you know what I'm saying, I got involved in a situation where I got in trouble when I was younger. And I was in the system for a second. I was about, because I said I was going to speak about this. I was about 17. I didn't turn 18 yet. I didn't turn 18 until that following August. So I was about 17. I was in the 5% nation. I'm going to tell you this. And, they have a dormitory thing on Rikers Island. All right. I'm talking about 1983, January. of 1983. So they would have what they call a house gang in there, right? So at that time they had you had the cells there, and then you come out of the cells, and then they had like a day room thing with the television up there, and then they had what we call the bubble where the COs was at, and so they were in there playing cards, and they had a new person coming in. It was I can't even call the guy brother. I'm not going to say that, but it was a black man. I'll just say that. He came in there and he sat down at one of the tables and was playing cards. The correction officers went and told the inmates what he was in there for. The inmates came around him, and one of the leaders of what they call a house gang in there said, yo, what you in here for? And the guy said that he was in there for a robbery because at that time it was something that was on the news that a check casher place was robbed. And they said, oh yeah, that was you? He said, yeah, that was me and me and my boys. Oh yeah, really? Wow, that's really something. That's what the guy was saying. There was other ones that were surrounding the guy. And so the guy, the leader of the house gang, he says, oh yeah, that's really something, man. But that's not what we heard. The police told us that you were in here because you molested a child. And they grabbed the dude, pulled him over to where they say play the wall at, where you would have to fight at, and brought him over there. And they beat this dude really bad. They held him up by his arms, like they were holding him up like his body straight like that. They held him up like that, away from where the COs could see. And they went after him. And they took their, kicking him in his side and broke the guy's ribs and all of that type of stuff like that. Beat him really bad, picked him up, and then they threw him back in the cell and closed the cell. All right, this was many, many years ago. So you had people in there that was in there for, all type of stuff. And they would, everybody would fight each other. I even had to defend myself because at that time it was what you would call the 5%ers against the Germans. The Germans in there, or actually what they call Puerto Ricans, but they would call them Germans back then. This is in the early 80s. And they threw him back in the cell and they closed it and left him in there for a while until they took him out and sent him to the infirmary. And then they took him from there and they sent him to a hospital. And they stomped this dude. And one guy, I forgot the guy's name. The dude would back up like this and get a running start and kick the guy in the side, and you could see like where his ribs was at. It looked like it collapsed. All right. So that, things like that, that's not allowed in there. Yahweh was with me. I, got out of the situation and, you know what I'm saying? And I never went back into anything like that ever again. All right. So take heed. You predators out there, you think that you can, do something and get away with it. Yahweh's going to judge you. They beat that guy. You know what I'm saying? That was something that was, they really beat that guy. It was, they held him up like that. They held him by his ankles and by his wrist. They were holding him up straight like that. He was trying to wiggle and all of that. And they held him straight. And they would take turns running up to him and kicking him in his side. They was hitting him. They broke the fractured bones in his face, his jaw, knocked out his teeth, everything. They damn near killed that man. So you predators, you are out there doing that, sexual assault type of thing and all of that, Yahweh going to judge you. And the scripture that I just read in verse 6 of Proverbs 28, it can happen all at one time, or it send you in that jail. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to get dealt with, or you get dealt with out there in the street. All right. I'm going to say this, and I've done many videos on exposing this stuff. The house of Jacob, right? Our people, at least where I came from in New York, right? They'll see somebody get robbed. They'll say, mind your business. You ain't got nothing to do with that. They'll see somebody get beat down. Mind your business. You ain't got nothing to do with that. Arguing with somebody. But if the house of Jacob sees someone being attacked, sexually assaulted, they're not going to say, mind your business. They're going to go over there and get involved in that and try to stop it and possibly kill the person. But I know in New York, if there was some type of robbery going on, people walking, mind your business. Some type of fight, they out there fighting or whatever, you don't know who it is, mind your business, don't get involved. Argument, don't get involved. Somebody getting stuck up where, you know, they're getting robbed and all of that, mind your business, you ain't got nothing to do with that. And people would say that among each other, that ain't my business. The cops come around, yo, do you know what? I didn't see nothing. That ain't my business. You tell the cop, what are you asking me that? But if something was happening like child molestation or some, you know, a woman being attacked and all of that, then they run over there and they would try to put a stop to it. I'm gonna say this. This was in what was this, in 2009 or 2008, right there on this was in a place called Flatbush. It was on Flatbush Avenue. It wasn't Nostrand, it was that other side street there. I forgot the name of it. And there were some people coming out of a restaurant. There was people waiting at the bus stop over there, right? But across the street, there was a side street there, and it was really dark over there. And a woman was yelling over there, help me, help me. About 2008. So people were walking across the street and, you know, they like hearing the noise, like, and when they got on that street and they walked up a little further, there was a wicked dude trying to, you know, violate a woman right there. And they ran up there and grabbed that guy up and they beat that dude. Okay. Same thing that happened in New York just recently when that Hispanic guy attacked that 13-year-old girl. They almost killed that guy. All right. So that type of thing, people will get involved and try to stop that and deal with the predator. But everything else, now mind your business. Yo, that's the thing that's going on over there. What you got to do with that? Yo, they beating that guy up over there. They robbing that guy. What you got to do with that? Mind your business. Mind your business. Mind your business, King. Mind your business. But if the woman is being attacked or a child is being attacked, it's a foul thing. So people will get involved in that. The robberies and beat downs and different things like that, that's wrong too. That, you know what I'm saying? But the house of Jacob will be like that. That's not my business. So somebody get beat up or whatever, get robbed, I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, people think things are happening, people look or whatever and then walk away or whatever, watch the whole thing. And, you know, nowadays they film things. If the brother get beat down, he had some beef with somebody else. Don't get involved in that. But it shows you that perversion is a foul thing. And those same people that wouldn't get involved in those other situations, they would get involved in that. They run over there and try their best to stop that and possibly kill the predator. So those of you that are, you know what I'm saying, you out there doing that, Yahweh going to deal with you. You're going to send that death angel of Psalm 78, verse 49 against you and take you out. That is a foul thing. Okay, and something got to be wrong with the mind of someone that does that. Okay, I want to go to Judges 19. I just want to read a couple of verses of that, and get that thing in Samuel, and then we'll bring out a little of some of the scriptures in Psalms 121 and then shut it down. You're going to get judged. And Yahweh sees things. So when something happens with our people and the garrisons or the occupied forces show up, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the sword of Yahweh. And someone is being judged, you don't know what that person did. It may look like they're getting judged and the person may be innocent, and then they come to find out that, that brother, he turned out to be wicked, and he did something to a woman a year, 2 years ago, and then Yahweh uses the sword, which is the wicked police roll up and they take him out. But in their mind, they may not know that he did that. They just see he's a black man, but they have hatred. But they're being used to take that wicked brother out over something like that. That's not going to be going on in the nation when we return. That's not going to be happening. When it says in Zechariah chapter 8 and verse 4, right around in there, that, you know what I'm saying, that boys and girls shall be playing in the streets, and, and the people will be out in the streets of Jerusalem. Brothers holding their staff of every age, the elderly and different things are going to be out there. All right. So, that type of thing, he's gonna use these wicked, oppressors to come down on these wicked, perverted brothers and take them out. To cleanse the nation. To cleanse the nation, including someone that, like in that picture there. But that was many years ago, in 1983. Okay. And I was in that dormitory there, sitting there looking, and they grabbed that guy and pulled him back there. And they used to, when you had to fight in there, they say play the wall so the COs would not see you. So you would have to fight for your, for the sneakers you were wearing, or, you know what I'm saying? Because, that was in what they call C-74. C-76 is when, at that time, they said if you was convicted on something and you did a bullet, meaning 8 months, that's what they used to call it. Anything other than that, they send you upstate, usually to Elmira. Then from Elmira, you were going to Greenhaven. What is this thing? Clinton, that Tupac talk about, you know what I'm saying? Elmira was, you would stop there. And after that, you know what I'm saying, you go further up north, almost towards Canada. Greenhaven, those are maximum security prisons. And those of you that are out there doing that predator thing, you go into those places, they're going to take you out. If you go into protective custody, those that are in protective custody, where they're at in protective custody, that can't defend themselves against other inmates, they will gather themselves together and attack the predator in protective custody. And they can't defend themselves in the main, and what they used to call the main houses back then. 5 main, 4 main, 3 main. All right. Okay. If you couldn't defend yourself, they put you in what they call PC. They put a predator in the PC. The other ones that's in PC, they used to call it Punk City. And what happened, you know what I'm saying? They can't defend themselves against other people, but they would all get together and attack the predator in the protective custody. I don't know how it is now. Okay. But Yahweh got me through that. And I, you know what I'm saying? I never, did anything, you know what I'm saying? And, so I was in a 5% nation, and I went against the commandment, thou shalt not steal. I was 17 years old. I'm not going to be someone that's going to be online being phony. Okay. All right. When I was younger, I did that, and Yahweh forgave me for that. All right. And I never got in trouble after that ever again. Ever. And that was many years ago. All right. So I'm not someone that's going to be online, you know what I'm saying, trying to affront. I'm gonna let y'all know that right now. So I've spoken about this before in videos. So I've got nothing to hide. All right. So that type of thing like that, you a predator, you go into them jails, you're gonna get dealt with. The life is in there, will sexually, attack someone like that. And they don't even have to be lifers. You could have someone that's not even doing life. All right. So, if you have that in your mind, the only thing that can get it out is the Torah. Whatever, how it happened or whatever, only the Torah can get it out of your mind. Take heed, because we don't want to hear something that somebody in the nation, was fronting, and then Yahweh exposed the person. Expose the person. Take heed, and then, because Yahweh will expose you for doing something like for doing that, of course, and he's going to judge you. So I want to read something in Judges 19 in verse 25. We're going to get right to it. Okay, this is what happened to the concubine. Those wicked brothers from the tribe of Benjamin did that. Attacked her all night, and then she died the next day. Okay, you know what I'm saying? That is a wicked thing. And then the nation went to war because the tribe of Benjamin would not give up those wicked brothers for doing that. Okay, let's get this real quick. All right. But at that time with me, thou shalt not steal. You know what I'm saying? So, that was very long time ago. And I never, got in trouble after that. All right. Yahweh, I don't, everybody, has their, situations and things that they've been through and signs of Yahweh getting you out. I did not know it was Yahweh. There's many other things that was, there's many other things that Yahweh showed me signs, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't know it was him. I was not involved in anything in the church and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
I said, there's nothing new under the sun. I was 18 when I caught my case, and Yahweh got me through it. I haven't been back since. And he also said, praise
exactly.
Yahweh.
Yeah. And so, yes.
And
yes.
Me personally, just a little, what they say, testimony, whatever, it took me a few times going back and forth, to prison, but it's been about 10, 11 years, and Yahweh kept me up out of there, and since I've been in the Torah, it's been a couple times that I had encounters with them, but they was totally different. Let me off the hook at times, and another thing, Yahweh protects us, and just like the same thing that they was doing back then, they definitely still do everything you spoke on.
Yes.
Praise Yahweh.
Okay, now the same thing that went on in Genesis 19 when those wicked men told Lot that bring forth the men that we may know them. This happened also here in Judges 19. I want to start at verse 25. But I'm going to read something in I'm going to read up at verse 19. When you get to verse 22, these same men that rape, rape, Salakia, violated the Levites' concubine. Listen to what they say in verse 22. It's the same thing in Genesis 19. So these men are perverted. Now I'm going to start at verse 19. So it says here, yet there is both straw and provider for our mules, and there is bread and wine also for me, and for thy handmaid, and for the young man which is with thy servants. There is no want of anything. Verse 20, and the old man said, peace be with thee, household. Let all thy wants lie upon me only, lodge not in the street. So he brought him into his house and gave him provider unto the mules, and they washed their feet and did eat and drink. Now, as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, beset the house round about and beat at the door and spoke to the master of the house, the old man, saying, bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may know him. Right? Same thing that happened in Genesis 19 when they knocked on the door and told Lot, bring the men out that we may know them. And then it says that the angels opened up the door and brought Lot back in and smoked them with blindness, and they were still trying to find the door to get in there. To show you the perverseness of their mind. They were still trying to find the door. So these wicked men came to the door. The elder, says the old man, opens up the door and he says, bring the man out so we may know him. Let's read on. And the scriptures is telling you something here. Okay, when I read on further, right? So it says here, and the man, the master of the house, went out unto them and said unto them, nay, my brethren, nay, I pray, do not so wickedly. Seeing that this man is come into my house, do not this folly. That's the same thing Lot said. Let me just get that in Genesis. That part, he said, do not so wickedly. That's the same thing that Lot told them wicked men. The same exact thing. Okay? All right. So in the scriptures is going to show you something when I get down to verse 25. Okay? So let's go here to Genesis 19. I just want to get that same part right there. All right? That same part. Genesis 19, and I just want to get that part right there. Let me see. All right. Verse 10. Wait, hold on. Let's go here. Let's see. Let's start at verse 6. And Lot went out the door unto them and shut the door after him. And he said, I pray you, no, it's verse 5. And it says, and they said unto Lot, and they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us that we may know them. Genesis 19:5. And here in Genesis and Judges 19 and 20, what is that, 22? Bring forth the man that came into thy house that we may know him. Now watch this and show you how that wicked, this is wicked. And the man, the master of the house, went out unto them and said unto them, nay, my brethren, nay, I pray you, do not so wickedly, seeing that this man is come into my house, do not this folly. Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine. Then will I bring out now and humble ye them, and do with them that seemeth good unto you. But unto this man do not so vile a thing. But the men would not hearken to him. So the man took his concubine and brought her forth unto them, and they knew her and abused her all the night until the morning. And when the day began to spring, they let her go. Now, these men, they wanted, in their perverted mind, they wanted the brother that was in the house with the old man, the Levite. But they took the concubine and abused her. So this is what they call the bisexual thing, because they wanted to violate that man, just like the wicked men of Sodom and Gomorrah that wanted to go after the men, which was actually angels. But they went and took the concubine and abused her all night. So they wanted men and women perverted, and then they violated, abused her all night. Abuse. So the scriptures is showing you that type of mentality, that abuse type thing like that there's that perversion is there. that mindset also has that, that abomination, you know what I'm saying, to be with a man. That's what they're showing you right here in this Judges here. Because they came up there knocking on the door just like the men of Sodom and Gomorrah, the wicked. But then they took the concubine and abused her. So they wanted both man and woman. They call that, what is it, bisexual? And that's something that is in our nation. People in our nation that's coming into the Torah have that mindset like that. So Yahweh knows, we're reading this, Yahweh knows what it is. Yahweh knows everything. So those of you that have that mindset like that, you have to go to the Torah to get that away from you. You got to deal with that Isaiah 55:7. It's very serious here. Because Yahweh knows. He knows. He knows. Yahweh knows everything. Okay? You're not fooling anyone. You got brothers that are, you know what I'm saying? They're going after the sister, but they have that in their mind that they want a man. While they trying to talk to the sister, they got this thing in their mind where they want a man, just like these wicked men here in this scripture here. Yahweh knows, Yahweh sees. Go to that Isaiah 55:7. Go to Psalms 19:7. Yahweh knows. You can be delivered from that, from the Torah. The Torah converts the soul. That's in your mind and in your soul like that. Yahweh, only Yahweh can take it away. That's it. If you're trying to front like like you're going after you're going after the sister, but you have that in your mind, that abomination of Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13. Okay, you have to have that. It's wicked, and this is what they're showing you here in the scripture right here. So because they want to do that abomination of Leviticus 18:22, but then the concubine was given to them. They went and took the concubine and abused her. So it's in their mind with both. Okay, and that perversion like that, it is showing you in the scriptures here. It will lead to that. That's what this is showing you right here. So brothers that are dealing with that, only Yahweh can take it away. So you come to the Torah, then it will be taken away. Psalms 19:7. If you in that book and all of that's something else. You're going to go. You're going to stay in that thing. The Torah converts the soul. So take heed to this. They are, they wind taking a concubine and abusing her. Let me continue on. Then it says here, verse 26, then came the woman in the dawning of the day and fell down at the door of the man's house where her ruler, her master was, till it was light. And her master rose up in the morning and opened the door of the house and went out to go his way, and behold, the woman, his concubine, was fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were upon the threshold. And he said unto her, up and let us be going. But none answered. Then the man took her up upon his mule, and the man rose up and gat him onto his place. And when he was come into his house, he took a knife and laid hold on his concubine and divided her together with her bones into 12 pieces and sent her into all the coasts of Yasharal. So she was violated, and you know what I'm saying, if there was nothing left in her spirit, she died. There's nothing left. She made it back there and dropped dead right there from being violated and abused all night. This has happened to our sisters in the yoke of iron in Deuteronomy 28, verse 48, where they've taken our women and have done that until the woman's heart just stops. Violation. And no one was ever held accountable for that. She was able to make it there and then fall and then drop dead right there. She died. He's talking to her, come on, get up and, and all of this. He realized that she's dead and then placed on upon a mule and took her somewhere and cut up her body and got rid of her body into pieces. So you brothers remember, in your mind and think when you look at the sisters, that sisters are having problems mentally. But remember from generations before, okay, how they were raped until death. In Deuteronomy 28, verse 48. Raped until death, until their heart stopped. Being abused all night. I'm not saying that you should cater to a wicked woman. This is something, the mentality of that type of thing has been going on from the time of Deuteronomy 28, verse 48, the yoke of iron. But just take a look and you'll see from all of that to this day, and you see the destruction of our sisters to this day. I'll say it again. There was mothers, sisters, daughters, and nieces were raped until their heart stopped. Okay, Deuteronomy 28, verse 48. That's just this captivity, all right? It happened repeatedly over and over again in all of these captivities. So I'm not saying for you brothers to go out there and be like, as they say, a Captain Saver, I'm not saying that. But know what has happened to our sisters. And don't forget it. Yahweh shall repay in Jeremiah 30 and verse 17. They raped this concubine until she died. Repeatedly, over and over. These men are perverted. This thing right here, and this judges here. Okay, they had the same mentality of the men in Genesis chapter 19, verse 5. They asked the same thing here in Judges 19 and 22. So, you brothers, I'm not, like I said, I'm not telling any brother to cater to a wicked woman, whatever. They got a mindset a certain way. That's not what I'm saying. But there's been no other woman on the face of the earth has been violated and destroyed, like, as they say, the black woman. No other woman. And it's going on to this day. That's why she's seeking some type of identity from the oppressor, the woman of the oppressor, the Edomite woman. She's seeking identity because everything was taken from her. Once she's violated like that, then, her soul is damaged. And that's been going on from generation to generation. So they cannot teach their daughters properly. You know what I'm saying? Because it's generation after generation after generation after generation of that. So I'm not saying cater to a wicked woman, but understand the mindset that's been going on from generation to generation. All right, so in Judges 20, what happened? I'm not going to read that. I just wanted to get to this right here, to read this thing about the violation. And these men, you know what I'm saying, they wanted the Levite to do the abomination. Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20 and 13. Their blood should be upon them. That's what the scriptures say, judgment. But when that didn't happen, they got the concubine and abused her all night. And this has happened to thousands upon thousands of our women with the yoke of iron upon their neck, even at that time. All right. Okay, so I just want to go into this 2 Samuel, read that, and then go right into Psalms 121 and bring about 5 verses out of that. And then, we'll shut it down. So let me read this. It's a very serious thing. On this page, we're going to bring out the visuals and we're going to bring the scriptures out, that connects with the visuals that going to continue to identify who we are. So through these visuals and the scriptures connected to it, or the visuals connected to the scriptures, it is undeniable. We've already proven that we are the house of Yahshua. We're going to go into a deeper contents of showing the things, the visuals of these things. And no one can say anything. Doesn't matter who it is, a Christian, whatever doctrine or whatever, is shut down. You take that somewhere else. Don't come on this page with that. Because you would have to explain these visuals that are connected to these scriptures. And it's Yahweh that has done this. All right, so let me get this in 2 Samuel. So as we look forward to us being redeemed and the redemption and everything, and judgment of the wicked, think about your sisters in your nation that have been destroyed, and you want justice and judgment to come against those that did that to her. And something is missing, because years ago we used to want that. Now we treat the woman like an animal. Something happened. All right, so let's just get this right here. I'm going to go into this right here. This is dealing with Tamar and Ammon. All right. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Now, when you read this, the craftiness of how this was set up. Okay. What Ammon did, that goes back to that craftiness of the guy from the video. If you can go back to that video, did I send you the video of Dwayne Wayne stopping that wicked dude from trying to attack the girl? If you can go to that. All right. Then I'm going to read this Samuel right here, and then I'm just going to read about 4 or 5 verses of Psalms 121, and then that'll be it. We'll shut it down. If you can just go to that with the Dwayne Wayne shows up to stop that from happening. All right. Okay. Is that the end of the video?
Yeah, that's the end.
Okay, because all right. Okay, so that's the end of the video. There's someone on there, the person that recorded that was saying, I hear them, saying on it. But the thing is that right there, what is that? Amos chapter 3, verse 2. Okay. All right, great scripture. I'm gonna read that. Let me read that. Amos 3 and 2. All right. I want to go to the thing about 2 Samuel real quick. I'm gonna read that. Amos chapter 3 and verse 2. So they trying to show you that you cannot go by, you sisters. You cannot just look at someone and just, remember what Yahweh said in 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 7. Look not according to the appearance of someone, but look at the mind. 1 Samuel 16 and 7. So you sisters that have that problem with that imaging like that and go towards something like that, you have to remember 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 7. All right. Let's get that real quick. Amos, all right, chapter 3 and verse 2, brother, put down there. Verse 1. Hear this word. that Yahweh have spoken against you, O children of Yasharal, against the whole family which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore will I punish you for all of your iniquities. Right, exactly, exactly. So to be brought into these situations, you know what I'm saying, and is all evil and wickedness is part of the curses and the punishment, you know what I'm saying, of being in an evil, you know, system, you know, oppression. And through that, it's all manner of evil manifesting itself through that. Because if we're right with Yahweh, we would not even be nowhere around any of these people. They would be serving us, according to Deuteronomy chapter 28. But we're going to get right. The remnant is going to make it back, and then they are going to serve those that are going to be left over after the destruction of the nations that are going to submit. All right, but let me just let me get to 2 Samuel 13. And I'm just going to read about 3 or 4 scriptures and Psalms 121, and then I'm just going to shut it down. All right, so let me get to 2 Samuel 13. All right. All right, let's get that. Let's start at verse 1. I'm just going to read it. And it says, and it came to pass after this that Absalom, the son of David, had a fair sister whose name was Tamar. And Ammon, the son of David, loved her. All right. This is also a violation of Leviticus 18 also. And Ammon was so vexed that he fell sick for his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin. And Ammon thought it hard for him to do anything to her. But Ammon had a friend whose name was Jehonabad, the son of Shimei, David's brother. And Jehonabad was a very subtle man, very crafty. All right. Okay. And he said unto him, why thou being the king's son, lean from day to day? Wilt thou not tell me? And Ammon said unto him, I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister. And Jehonabad said unto him, lay thee down on thy bed and make thyself sit when thy father come to see thee, saying unto him, I pray thee, let my sister Tamar come and give me meat and dress the meat in my sight, that I may see it and eat it at her hand. So Ammon lay down and made himself sick. And when the king was come to see him, Ammon said unto the king, I pray thee, let Tamar my sister come and make me a couple of cakes in my sight, that I may eat at thy hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, then go now to thy brother Ammon's house and dress him meat. So he even was deceiving his father. All right. Okay, this is totally wrong. You know what I'm saying? He's deceiving his father. And these predators with that mindset, they operate in deception. Everything is deception. It's not real. It's to get you sisters into something that's not real. It's like a fantasy, and then they go in for the attack. It's not real. Nothing is real. It's all illusion, not real. Okay, so he had, and to show you how wicked he wasn't even afraid of his father. This is King David right here. He's not even afraid of his father. To deceive his father like that. His father goes and sends Tamar over there. All right, this is what happens. So Tamar went to her brother's house. Ammon went to her brother Ammon's house, and he was laid down. Now he's faking it. Okay, and these predators, they will fake these certain situations to try and get your sister's sympathy, and then they're moving in for the attack, to attack you. And it says here, so it says, and he was laid down, and she took flour and kneaded it, and made cakes in his sight, and did bake the cakes. And she took a pan and poured them out before him, but he refused to eat. And Ammon said, have out all men from me. And they went out, every man from him. So he told everybody to leave. And Ammon said unto Tamar, bring the meat onto the chamber, that I may eat of thy hand. And Tamar took the cakes which she had made, and brought them into the chamber of Ammon, her brother, and she had brought them on to him to eat, he took hold of her and said unto her, come lie with me, my sister. And she answered him, nay, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing ought to be done in Yasharal. Do not this folly. Do not rape me. Do not attack me. No such thing shall be in the nation of Yasharal. So this tells you right here that this is not accepted. So those of you with a doctrine talking about that this is accepted, said there be no such thing shall be done in Yasharal. That's what she's telling them. No such thing. Do not this folly. Right? And I, whither shall I cause my shame to go? And as for thee, thou shalt be as one of the fools in Yasharal. Right there. Now, therefore, I pray thee, speak unto the king, for he will not withhold me from thee. Howbeit, he would not hearken unto her voice, but being stronger than she, forced her and lay with her. Then Ammon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love wherewith he had loved her. So there's situations that go on that these things happen, and then the warped mind of that perverted man thinks that he loves, the woman, and then after he finishes attacking her, he hates her. Then the thought of hate comes, and then that's when they go and attack and kill the woman. Because in their warped mind, I'm in love with her. She's saying no, and then he violates her, and then after he finishes, then he looks at her and he says, you know what, I can't stand her. I hate her. And then that's when that thing of death comes, where the sister gets put to death. 5 minutes before that, he's in love with her. He violates her. She's telling her no. She's telling him no, and then he violates. I love you, and all of that, and his warped mind, wicked imagination, and then after that, there's a hatred there. That's what they're showing you right here. Okay, and then there's situations where that wickedness in the mind like that will cause that predator, to kill that woman after he violates her, because then there's a hatred. So it's some sickness there. So they're showing you this here, especially what I'm reading right here. And this is going on to this day. You see certain interviews on 60 Minutes. They interview the guy as a killer. He's a violator. I'll say that. He violates the women. And then they ask him, and he's sitting there and he says, well, I loved her. And then the guy from 60 Minutes or something is saying, well, she said no. She kept telling you no, but I loved her. But then after the guy said, well, after I did that, I grew to hate her. And then they'll say, why? So, I don't know. I just grew to hate her. And then he'll say, I killed her. This is going on. This right here, that's going on to this day. That's why you sisters, that pride, you're going out somewhere and all of this and doing that. You go out there by yourself. You don't need no man. And you still got that thing in your mind. You're every woman, that Shaka Khan thing, Whitney Houston thing. You're going to meet your demise. There's predators. In 2019 on Facebook, I did a 7-part series of exposing the wickedness of human trafficking. You sisters with this thing that, you just going to go and do this and do that. The statistics and different things that I brought out in those videos, before a woman is kidnapped or snatched up like that, they've been watching that woman for a while, watching her coming and goings and different things like that, who is around her before they do that. And you sisters with this, I don't need no man, and no man gonna control me and all of this. You're the number one targets. The number one targets are, first of all, the younger ones is from, the younger teenagers from 12 years old to 19. That's the number one target of, Black females being kidnapped. The second is from 20 to 25. And then the older ones, that's not, what I'm saying, like as far as being kidnapped, the older ones will also be attacked too. I did a 7-part series on this, exposing the wickedness of human trafficking. And the number one thing that they look at, and I had a video of a police officer that was in his car, a brother, and he had a phone, and he was talking on the phone, going live and warning these sisters. And the number one sisters that was being kidnapped was the Christian black woman, supposedly in the church. All right, this is from 2019. All right, but they usually, when that woman gets kidnapped from 20 to 25, and the younger ones, you know, that are teenagers, you know, from 12 to 19, they are watching them for a while before they do that. All right. They will also get another woman that they will pay to come to you, and they know that you are into religion. They will have someone come to you and talk to you about, as they say, God and all of that. You know, Torah believers, you know, you sisters protected because, you know, first of all, they don't even have the mind to even speak about the Torah. So there's usually the JC thing. I did a 7-part series on this. I'm gonna get back to this in a second. But you know, so they will put what is an app into your phone, and you believe it's some religious thing, and then they're tracking. All right, this is going on all the time. You sisters in these parking lots, you going coming out of say this, and there's some type of flyer that's on your window shield. You're not to touch that. You're to get into your car, lock the doors, and turn on the thing of the windshield wipers and wipe it off. Start the engine and drive off. You start the engine, lock the doors. Do not touch those things that are on the windshield, because usually there's something on there, and then they come and take you and put it in the van, and then you're gone. All right. Another one is they usually look for sisters that's driving a certain area where there's not a lot of cars, and usually a stop sign there. And then they'll have another sister, a wicked sister, come and hit the back of your car. So obviously you look around and you just see that it's just that woman that did that. So the woman that got her car hit will get out and feel comfortable to at least talk with that other woman, but she's a part of a plan, and will discuss things with you, and then somebody shows up and snatch you, and then you're gone. I did a 7-part series of this, exposing the wickedness of human trafficking. So you sisters with all this pride and all of this, and what they do is that once they get you, they will continually violate you until you're broken. Usually with the drugs, and then they will continue to keep violating you until you're broken, and then you're sent somewhere, or they put you somewhere, you know. All right, this is very serious. And on this channel, information and videos are going to be brought out along with the scriptures. We're coming to the end of this, and we have to be in Isaiah 33 and verse 6, all of us. Proverbs 27 and 17, things will help us. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let me continue on. 7-part series, exposing the wickedness of human trafficking. It's another one that I did, and I got the movie off of YouTube, and actually there was about young girls being snatched. It was actually, they filmed them like a short movie, and the brother who stopped it at coming to the end, he was a homeless man by the name of Michael. So that's something exposing the wickedness of child trafficking. All right, this is a very serious thing. Only the Torah is going to protect you. You obey Yahweh, Yahweh is there to protect you. The Malaks will be there. It's very serious. The Malaks, okay? Or Yahweh will lead you away from danger. You will not be in those type of areas. Very serious times that we are living in. And the number one sisters is those that you don't need no man type thing. They look for that. I'm telling you, look, I'm trying to explain this. You sisters with that pride, you don't need no man, or the man is this and you the man is that. You're the number one target for human trafficking or sex trafficking. You sisters just like that. They will watch you for a long time. Watch your routine. You go into the mall, you go in here, they don't see any man around you, you talking all that nonsense, you online, and that you don't need no man. You are the #1 target. Talking about you waiting on Yah. You know what I'm saying? And Yah, as you know, Psalm 68:4, because a lot of our people say Yah, right? So Yah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's a man of Yah. Well, it's Yahweh, but the man of Yah, but you don't want that man. But you say you waiting on Yah. And I'm gonna say it again. You sisters with that mentality, you're the #1 targets for human trafficking. It can be proven through information that you're the #1 targets. They look for sisters like you. You curse the man out and all of this, and you don't want to be bothered with no man, and you're the #1 target. And you have no idea what they're doing, but you're in your pride. All right. All right. So let's continue on. All right. Let me finish this up. You're in your pride, though. No one can tell you anything. All right. So let's finish this up. And let's see. Then he said, all right, verse 15. Then Ammon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love wherewith he had loved her. And Ammon said unto her, Rise, be gone. And she said unto him, There is no cause. This evil in sending me away is greater than the other that thou didst unto me. But he would not hearken unto her. Then he called his servant that ministered unto him and said, Put now this woman out from me, and bolt the door after her. That's another thing too. These predators, they violate, and then they'll, they already, they violate the woman, and that hatred that they develop, they'll toss the woman right out the room. They're violated, and she's in, hysterical, whatever, and they take and throw her right out the place and close the door. Get out of here, you hoe. But they violated. She didn't willingly give it to him. Get out of here, you hoe. See, automatically the spin is there. The spin. Okay, that's what the guy was doing in the video. The spin is there. Get out of here, you hoe. Get out of here, you hoe. I'll tell everyone that you're a hoe. That you're, I don't know if that's, if you can say that online. All right, so let me continue on. And it says here, and she had a garment of divers colors upon her, for with such robes were the king's daughters that were virgins' apparel. Then his servants brought her out and bolted the door after her. And Tamar put ashes on her head and rent her garment of divers colors that was on her, and laid her hand on her head, and went out crying. And Absalom, her brother, said unto her, Have Ammon thy brother been with thee? But hold now thy peace, my sister. If he is thy brother, regard not this thing. So Tamar remained desolate in her brother Absalom's house. But when King David heard all these things, he was very wroth. And Absalom spoke unto his brother Ammon, neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Ammon, because he had forced his sister Tamar. And it came to pass after 2 full years that Absalom had sheep shearers in Baal-Hazor, that which is beside Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. And Absalom came down to the king and said, Behold, now thy servant have sheep shears. Let the king, I beseech thee, and his servants go with thy servant. And the king said to Absalom, Nay, my son, let us not all go now, lest we be chargeable unto thee. And he pressed him, howbeit he would not go, but blessed him. Then said Absalom, If not, I pray thee, let my brother Ammon go with us. And the king said unto him, Why should he go with thee? But Absalom pressed him, that he would let Ammon and all the king's sons go with him. Now Absalom had commanded his servants, saying, Mark ye now, when Ammon's heart is merry with wine, and when I say unto you, Smite Ammon, then kill him. Fear not. Have not I commanded you, be courageous and be valiant? And the servants of Ammon, and the servants of Absalom did unto Ammon as Absalom had commanded. Then all the king's sons arose, and every man got up upon his mule and fled. All right, so he set him up to be killed. Remember, I read that scripture that judgment would come upon them suddenly. All right, I read that in Proverbs earlier. That's what happened right there. He didn't even know that that was going to happen. It was a scripture I read earlier that judgment would come upon him. All right, so that's going to be it with that. I pray that this will help someone. Now, I'm just going to read. We've been on here for a minute, so I'm just going to read about 3 verses of Psalms 121, and then that'll be it. We'll shut it down because we've been on here for a minute. These various topics, there was a lot with that. So we're going to be dealing with, I'm just going to read these real quick and just go into a couple of precepts, and then that'll be it. All right, so we're going to go to Psalms 121, and we're going to be dealing with verse 3 about Yahweh keep us. All right, but there's things that we have to keep in order for him to keep us. All right, meaning that he will not turn away from us. Connected with Proverbs 28:9, right? Okay, so let me read this real quick. I'm just going to read about 4 or 5 scriptures, and then that'll be it. And Yahweh willing, I'll try to do a video sometime this week. I've had some problem with the air conditioning here. That's why it's been so hot. That's why I haven't been online, you know. All right, so let me just get this real quick. All right, just want to read these. We're going to be dealing with the word keep. All right, because we believe that Yahweh is keeping us, but what are we keeping in order for Yahweh to keep us? All right, so we're going to be dealing with the word KEEP. All right, because we like to claim this, but what are we keeping in order for Yahweh to keep us? All right, so let's get this. So the main thing in these scriptures are going to be about the word keep, KEEP. All right, I'm going to read about maybe 4, and then that's it, and that'll be it. All right, I pray that this video will help someone or help some people. You know what I'm saying? All right, Psalms 121, and we were at verse 3, where it says, he will not suffer thy foot to be moved. We finished with that right there. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. He that keepeth thee. So what must we do in order for, for Yahweh to keep us? Because if we don't keep certain things, like the commandment, he will not keep us. Obviously, our forefathers didn't keep the commandment, so he did not keep them. He cast them off, right? Okay, so let's deal with this. I'm going to read a couple of scriptures, about 4 or 5 scriptures in that scene. All right, let's go here to Psalms 34 and verse 13. Keep. All right, real quick. Psalms 34 and verse 13. All right, not going to be too long. All right, and then that'll be it. Psalms 34 and verse 13. Keep thy tongue from evil and thy lips from speaking guile. All right, remember Psalms 32 verse 1 and 2 about that. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom Yahweh imputeth not iniquity, and whose spirit there is no guile. All right, so it's connected with Psalms 121, that last part, he that keep thee. All right, that's Psalms 34 and verse 13. All right, let's continue on. All right, let's go to Leviticus 22 and verse 31. I'm going to read 3 more, and then that's going to be it. All right, I'm going to go back to working on the Psalms 91. All right, 22 and 31, real quick. And it reads and it says here, therefore shall you keep my commandments and do them. I am Yahweh. So keep his commandments and do them. That's how he's going to keep thee. All right, in Psalms 121. All right, about 3 more, and then that's it. Leviticus 26 and 2, verse 3 and verse 4. All right, and then 2 more after that, and that'll be it. All right, verse 1. You shall make you no idols, nor graven images, neither rear ye up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am Yahweh your mighty one. Verse 2, you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahweh. Verse 3, if you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them. All right, keep. Yahweh keep us. We want Yahweh to keep us, but what do we have to keep in order for us to be a part of Psalms 121 and verse 3? All right, I'm going to read Isaiah 20 6 and 3, and Psalms 119 and verse 6, and then that'll be it. All right. Are you there, Ak? Are you there? Hello? Shalom, are you there? Are you there, Ak?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm almost going to wrap it up. Just want to get these last two scriptures, and that'll be it. 26, again, that part, he that keep thee shall not slumber. Keep. He's going to keep us. But what do we have to do to be a part of him keeping us in that last part of verse 3 of Psalms 121? Let's get this. Let's go to Isaiah 26, 1 through 3. Then I'm going to read Psalms 119, verse 60, and then that's it. And we'll shut it down because we're almost at 5 hours. All right, so here it says 26 and 1. In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will Yahweh appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in. Thou will keep him in perfect peace. So that part right here, verse 3 of Isaiah 26, thou will keep him in perfect peace, is that he that keepeth thee will not slumber. He that keepeth thee, right there, that part is this verse 3 right here. Thou will keep him in perfect peace. Why? Because you are keeping the truth right here. Okay? You are keeping the truth right here. All right? In verse 2. All right? Okay? All right. So we have to keep that in order for him to keep us. All right? Because he's not going to do that if we don't. Let me get the last scripture, and then that's it. I'll shut it down. Psalms 119 and verse 60. All right. Psalms 119 and verse 60, real quick, and that'll be it. Psalms 119 and verse 60. I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments, and delayed not, you didn't make any excuses not to keep the Torah. I made haste, all right, meaning that you had an urging desire to keep the commandment, to learn the commandment, okay? And the second part here, it says, and delayed not, didn't make excuses, was not rebellious. Okay, I'm going to do it on my own time, that type of thing. All right, so we have to have that mentality to not make haste. All right, okay. Another scripture says that the commandment is more than not necessary food also. All right, okay, so I'm going to shut this down. You Deuteronomy 7:6 forever. No one can stop this. No one can stop this awakening. It's just a matter of who's going to be a part of the remnant of Isaiah chapter 10, verse 22. What is it? Zephaniah 3 and 13. All right. Who's going to be a part of that? All right. There will be, the remnant is going to return. The remnant shall get through everything. All right. And be brought back into the land. The remnant will have the law put in the inward part, and Jeremiah 31, verse 30, 33. All right. You Deuteronomy 7:6 forever. First Chronicles chapter 17 from verse 20 to 22. Verse 20 says, he is one from all that we have heard. Where did we hear that from? Deuteronomy 6 and verse 4, Deuteronomy 4 and verse 35. Verse 21 and verse 22 of that same chapter, First Chronicles 17, says that we are his people forever. All right. Yahweh changed not, Malachi 3 and 6. Psalms 102, verse 12 and verse 13. Verse 12 says he will be known throughout all generations. Verse 13 says the set time has come to favor Zion. Good. We know that we have the favor because our nation will not be cut off. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 11. Numbers chapter 6 from verse 22 to 26 tells you, you know what I'm saying, that Yahweh will bless us and place his name upon us, meaning that we are his people. He is our mighty one. You can read about that in Zechariah 8, verse 8. Do not break the hedge of protection that is around you, which is in Ecclesiastes 10 and 8, lest a serpent bite thee. I pray that you are covered underneath Psalms 91 and protected from any pestilence, any sickness, any form of wickedness, any type of plotting. You're protected underneath Psalms 91, Psalms 121. All right. Yahweh will be with you at all times. All right. For the feeble-minded, don't give up. Zechariah 12 and 8. All right. We give all praise and honor to the Almighty Yahweh God. In Isaiah 26 and verse 4, Exodus 6 and 3, Psalms 83 verse 18, and Isaiah chapter 12 and verse 2. All right. The imposters have been exposed. Proverbs chapter 12 verse 19. Don't give up. All right. Yahweh's doing great things for his people. He's showing his signs and he's declaring his strength among the people in Psalm 77 and verse 14. All right. So I'm going to shut this down. Shalom. All right. And remember, you know what I'm saying? Proverbs 27 verse 17. Toss that idol away. Come out of that JC thing. That's a philosophy that's been passed on from nation to nation, going back to ancient Babylon. All right. And Yahweh is one. All right. And there's no one else beside him. He know of not any. All right. And Yahweh is going to deliver his people. Isaiah 55 and verse 11. All right. Shalom, Yah.
Yeah. Shalom. Another powerful lesson by the elder. I hope y'all got something up out of this. You know what I'm saying? Sisters, mothers, aunties, grandmothers. It shouldn't be nothing else. Teach your children, teach your daughters these things. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you have an understanding that just because a man is of your nation, that doesn't passes him of a standard of being with you. You know what I mean? Same thing for the men too. You know what I'm saying? I hope somebody got something out of this. You know, next time, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you get it, how everything. Shalom.